like to call tonight's meeting of the Board of Education regular meeting into session. Is the meeting in compliance with open meeting law notification?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Heschel,
Present.
Szilagyi,
Here.
Wright,
Here.
Wyman,
Here.
Carlin,
Here.
Herzog,
Here.
Carnes.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite two student board representatives, Elise Liskey and from Oshkosh North High School, and Annika Larson from Oshkosh West High School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, next I'm going to proceed with my board president's report. And tonight I'd like to have a brief discussion if there are questions related to the supporting document that I provided in the packet in regards to the stakeholder committee related to the superintendent search. So I do want to preface anyone's comments with my own first. I don't want to take credit for the creation of the makeup of that, because that was actually done in conversation with our representative Ted Knightsky from CISA 6. And then I just elaborated on it and expanded kind of the makeup of it, and involved Dr. Herzog in the discussion, and have had conversations with community members based on the list that had been provided to us initially. Since that list did not represent the district component of it, I've also reached out to potential district employees related to being involved in that. So I wish I could have had it updated in the packet for tonight's evening for everyone to be able to view it. It is not my intention not to share that information, but to provide it once I feel that all the stakeholder members have indicated that they are interested in serving in that capacity. So I do want to remind you that this is not an interview that these stakeholders will be taking part in. They will be taking part in a presentation of which they will be providing their feedback back to Mr. Knightsky or someone from his staff to be shared with us in our decision-making of the next superintendent. So I think that's my opening comments related to that. I guess if there's any comments from board members, I would be open to addressing them.
So which list are we working off of?
Right now, the list that was published under my board president report is the makeup of the stakeholder committee.
Okay.
So my hope is that midweek, we're already midweek. By the end of the week, I'll be able to provide that information to you guys as a whole, to all of you as a whole. I do want to suggest that I believe on the community side that there is still room to maybe add a spot or two maybe. I'm really trying to keep it under 30. I think 30 is a large number. I was really trying to shoot for 25, but I believe that there are areas within that community side that we could add maybe another business leader. Right now, we've prospectively have involved a local real estate agent, a small business owner, and I still think there's room for maybe like a president or a CEO of a company also, or their own representative. So Yes.
Are you at liberty to say how many confirmed participants you have on that list?
I don't have the number. I haven't counted that.
Okay.
That
so
number.
Would you
So
estimate you're halfway there, more than halfway?
I feel like I'm more than halfway there.
Okay.
And I shouldn't say that I'm speaking for myself.
Right,
Dr.
no, I
Herzog
understand.
has provided some of the opportunities to connect with community members. Administration members and staff members have also contributed to finding people that are willing to serve in those capacities as well.
Thank you.
So, any other questions? Yes.
I just want to say I like the transparency of what we're looking for in different roles, and then the ability to go and find that. I think that's a good idea to be able to share that with everyone. So thank you.
Yeah. One of the things that I really wanted to do is I wanted to bring some definition to the stakeholder committee, and as I put in my report, I really wanted to use our guiding principle of putting students first, and look at it from the different sets of stakeholders that we have in our community. One, ultimately as a community, we're all stakeholders in the success of students, but at the same time, all the way through the Oshkosh Area School District is one of our largest stakeholders in the success and growth of putting students first. So that was kind of my impetus of going that direction after a conversation with Ted Knightsky on it. So, go ahead.
And that they've used that form, I'm guessing they used that formula in the past, and with CISA, because you guys were in consultation with them, and that's been a
Yep.
good model
Yeah.
to use, I'm assuming?
He expressed that it had worked in a variety, in all sizes of districts that they've worked with before.
Okay.
So,
I like that. It's good to know that we're working off a proven
no.
stakeholder format. So thank you.
Okay.
I was going to say something along the lines similarly to that, what we just talked about before the meeting. For the greater good, just make it clear that this is the process that CISA has given us, and we are following their process. So it's not Bob making all these decisions. It's the process with input from CISA and multiple stakeholders.
I'm doing a lot of legwork to communicating and interacting with the people that, again, were somewhere on that list. Some were not on that list, but some, were definitely not on that list because we didn't have district employees on that list. So, all right. Any more questions on this specific item? No, all right.
If I could just
Sure.
make a quick comment. When we refer to the list, I believe this list was one that was developed about 3 years ago. It was updated this spring, and many of us around this table submitted additional names to that. And then those people were recipients of the online survey so that they could respond in that way. So we involved stakeholders from the community in that way. This document that Mr. Peschel has prepared took that longer list, which had 50-some people on it, and basically brings it down to a smaller number, but representative of the community. And many of the people, at least some of the, I shouldn't say many, some of the people I was asked to contact actually fit several slots. That is, they might have been a business owner, but now they're engaged in civic engagement, involved in civic engagement, or they filled a couple of other roles and bring a good deal to the table. So it was with your input as well as updating the list from 3 years ago that was used during that superintendent search. Thank you.
So one of, just to kind of build off of that, so there was roughly just over 60 names in the end. And so I asked the question to Sherry Wirtz, how many of those were new names, new people that had volunteered? Some of them, just to kind of give you the idea of how that list was originally created. So there was roughly 20, I think it was 23 to 24 new names. And so those are people that I did focus on. Some of them, involved them in this. But some of those people are also on the greater list are people that I view to be, play a much more strategic role in the onboarding process of our new superintendent. And that they will have a role with that. And I've spent some time talking to some of those leaders already, indicating how they were comfortable, if, their preference would be to be involved in this process, or would they be part of creating a larger, long-term strategic relationship with the next superintendent. And all of them indicated that they like the more onboarding process of, and that's something that we do, right? That's going to be part of what we do when we make that decision, is to support that next superintendent in getting them connected to all of these community leaders, business leaders, community organization leaders, parents, parent groups, all of that. That's part of what we have to do in the future. So I put a lot of thought and process into creating this and communicating with people in our community about the steps from here, because it's not perfect. I haven't contacted everyone, right? But I don't want people believing that we don't want to engage elements of our community through this. It's just that this is a presentation, and it's not an interview. It's a presentation, and we're looking to get the best insight from as many right minds in the room as possible to help us with that decision.
So, Mr. Peschel, just a housekeeping question. This is going to happen on May 24th, correct? So we have marked our afternoon that's when we will be doing our part,
Sure.
right?
So the stakeholder group will be meeting from roughly 1 to 5.
Okay.
We will be throughout that time and into the evening.
Okay.
So, because it'll be staggered when the candidates are here and when they're meeting with the stakeholders, then when they're meeting with us. So that process, if we're planning for that, I would plan from, say, roughly noon until well into the evening to be just clear your schedule for that
Okay.
time frame.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we can't get that far into the process without kind of indicating a status of where we're at in regards to applicants or candidates. So I did ask Mr. Knightsky to provide me kind of an update on what we have. So he indicated that in the pool of candidates that we have seven candidates. 6 of them are sitting superintendents. He indicates that 1 is a director. 4 of them are from in the state of Wisconsin, and 2 are from outside of the state of Wisconsin. So these are the people that they're screening to whittle down to us to give us that magic number next Monday. Okay. So next Monday is also, if you looked at your calendar, also indicates that our meeting starts at 5 o'clock. So
Next Monday, the 17th?
the 17th.
Okay.
So that's different than what we usually start. We usually start about 6 o'clock. And there will be, that meeting will be 2 sessions. It'll be a closed session talking about the candidate pool, and then there'll be an open session where we're doing that high-level board member training session with Ted that we had postponed. So, any other questions? As I know more, and we're just heating up into the scheduling and stuff like that, and the timeframes and where everything's going to take place. Once I know that, you all will get an email from Sherry that indicates where to be, when to be, and how it's all going to work out. Okay? Any other questions? All right, thank you. That is my board president report. Mr. Gunlock is here today in place of Dr. Cartwright. If you would like to lead us in you can take it away.
Oh, sure, no problem. First off, we have our student school board representative report, and we're starting with North High School, so.
Actually, we're starting with West High School.
Oh, we're starting with West High School.
Sorry.
Wait a minute, just let me, yeah, that makes sense now.
Hello, my name is Annika Larson. I'm the Vice President of the Student Council at Oshkosh West. So some things that the Student Council has been up to, we actually had a school-wide cleanup today. There were a lot of trash cans that had fallen over in the neighborhood in the wind, so that was a good time. Recently, we had Teacher Appreciation Week. So we got together as a student council and we made sure every teacher, every janitor, and every staff member received a handwritten thank you note, as well as providing meals for staff. And coming up, we're hoping to have an end of the year celebration for our seniors. We're still working out the COVID protocols and all of that, but that's what we're planning on. Some school events. So our cross-country team recently went to state. John Thill, for the boys, he actually placed 8th overall. Braylee Jordarski, she's actually a freshman. She's the daughter of our sports administrator. She placed 15th for the girls, and our girls team placed 7th overall. We had our first band concerts and our first school plays since 2019. The school plays were in the past few weeks, and the band concerts were actually yesterday and Monday, and those were very successful, and I know everybody was glad to be back. Tennis court construction has started. I'm actually on the tennis team, so that's something that's very exciting for us. We've been waiting for it for a long time, so it's awesome to see the construction starting. And then our football team, through a lot of fundraising, they've gotten new jerseys and they have a winning record for the first time in years, which is very exciting for us. And that's a picture of our girls' team at state. So some student initiatives. So recently, Lizzie Kiefer hosted an event at UWO to fundraise and raise awareness about human trafficking in Africa. So she's there. That's actually part of the GIAC project, which is for the Global Academy. The Wisconsin DPI awards students who complete a standard of coursework and then also specific outside activities and do a big project. So that was her project to receive her GIAC award. And then there's Let's Vote Wisconsin, which is an initiative started by West students. I'm actually part of this organization, and we're working with Representative Gordon Hintz, among other representatives, to pass a bill that will require 1 hour of voting education per school year for all K-12 students. We're hoping to garner the support of school districts like OASD, but school districts from across the state, so that's something that students have been up to. And then next, so the class of 2021 is going to be graduating on May 27th. That's going to be at the Menominee Nation Arena, so we're super excited for that. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors are going to have final exams, the 1st through the 3rd. And then school is out and it's summer, and I know lots of students are going to be studying abroad through programs like CIEE, playing sports, doing a lot more summer activities. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Well done, thank you. Next, we have North High School.
Hello, my name is Elise Liskey, and I'm the president of our student council. And I'd just like to share some great things that have been going on around the school. So to start, last week was our Teacher Appreciation Week. And pictured at left, the Roxy catered a warm lunch for every teacher and support staff member. And pictured at right, we have some student council members personally hand-delivering a flower to every teacher and support staff member in the building. The 9th and 10th grade members of communities have kicked off the Veterans Courtyard project back in September and excitedly announced that tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. we will be holding a ribbon cutting ceremony. The pavilion is located near the tennis courts at Oshkosh North, but the ceremony will also be live streamed on the community's Facebook page, and we invite all board members and administrators to join us either in person or virtually. Communities hopes to incorporate more bricks to honor veterans and their service and add more each spring. A couple of months ago, some members of the Oshkosh North music department participated in a musical theater workshop, roughly 30 members. And We participated in classes with guest artists and guest speakers, and additionally produced a cabaret-style performance with scenes from a variety of different musicals, including Company, Sweeney Todd, The Music Man, and many more. And though this was more active a few months ago, it's significant tonight because next Friday, the video of the cabaret-style performance will be premiering. I'd like to highlight some achievements of our athletes. So, pictured at left, we have the girls' golf team, which won conference for the very first time in Oshkosh history, which is very exciting. Pictured in the middle, we have senior Zach Chugum, who will be going to state from the boys' cross-country team. And pictured at right, we have the girls' cross-country team, who took third place at sectionals. A couple weeks ago, Student Council hosted Teen Safe Driving Week to promote driving with Spartan pride at all times, and to promote the overall safety of our students. Some main events from this week include, as pictured, towing a smashed car onto the front lawn of our campus to push students to reevaluate their driving attentiveness. And pictured at right, we have some student council members handing out candy to students who wore their seatbelts on their morning drive to school. 11th and 12th grade members of communities have been working on a project to record audiobooks for the students at Washington Elementary School to provide a more active and interactive way of learning. In this picture, junior Haley Fox is recording Emily's Blue Period, which teaches elementary age students to healthy ways to cope with sadness and stress. Some upcoming events around the school include next Monday, our band program will be holding an outdoor pet band show at 6:30 on the North Athletic Fields. The following day, the Oshkosh Orchestras will hold a spring concert at Alberta Kimball Auditorium. On Wednesday, the North Choirs will be holding their spring concert in the North Auditorium, and each choir will start at a designated time to reduce the number of patrons in the auditorium. On May 21st, Communities is promoting a Bike to Work Day with the hopes of creating a vivid biking culture in the city of Oshkosh. On May 26th, the Senior Awards Program will take place in the North Auditorium at 6:30. And to wrap it all up, on May 31st, our graduation ceremony will take place at the Menominee Nation Arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika and Elise. We appreciate that. Next, we will have the superintendent's good news report. Take a moment to transition here. All right. Carl Traeger Elementary recently provided new-to-you bikes to students in need, just in time to celebrate Bike to School Week. A special thank you to all those who made this donation possible, including the Carl Traeger Green Team, families, and a generous staff member. Student council members at Roosevelt Elementary School recently organized a penny war to benefit the day-by-day warming shelter. The entire school raised nearly $1,000. That's a lot in pennies. The day-by-day warming shelter will be using the donation for their summer programming, which will include classes that support people in the community. The Oshkosh West Social Studies Department is establishing an annual scholarship award. The award will be given to a high school senior pursuing a college degree in a social studies-related field, with the understanding that these careers benefit the community and help shape public policy. Donations can be made through the district's Education Foundation. The Link crew at Oshkosh North High School is gearing up for an impactful 21-22 school year. The organization's main objective is to welcome freshmen and help them feel comfortable with the understanding that the first 9 weeks of high school for freshmen are the most important in determining their future success. After a lot of promotion this year, Link Crew leadership was able to bring in over 70 student leaders for the upcoming year. These leaders are ready to make an impact and lead freshman homerooms. That's excellent. Next, the Merrill Middle School Library Media Center recently hosted a Papa genre book tasting for 6th graders. Each student was hand-delivered a personalized pizza box filled with 5 books for them to try a slice of. This experience helps students become well-rounded readers, teaches them not to judge a book by its cover, and gives them the power of choice. This school year, the district implemented its Project Life Transition Program for high school juniors and seniors from Oshkosh North and Oshkosh West. We're very proud of the many successes that happened this year, including 3 students have become gainfully employed, all seniors were accepted into Project Search Program or have obtained employment, and all juniors will be returning to Project Life. And students in the program have shown a cumulative growth of 15% or higher in transition skills, which is exceptional. This year, our elementary eAcademy teachers took on a whole new curriculum and delivery of instruction and made eAcademy a successful program. The district is grateful for each and every eAcademy staff member and appreciates all the new learning and relationship building they did not only with students and parents, but with each other as teachers and collaborators. What should also be mentioned is that our virtual school had approximately 7 students in it originally, and we now have over 1,000. So we, in a sense, built a brand new school while we were educating children. And so that's an amazing accomplishment for those staff. We're really proud of them. And that is the good news report.
Thank you, Dr. Gunlock. All right. District Administrator reports. I would like to invite Mr. Kammerer up to the table.
Good evening, everybody. Like I've been doing for the last year or so, I'm going to be providing an update on COVID-19 for the district. So I'm going to start my report by giving an overview of the weekly data summary that's put out by the Winnebago County Health Department. The most recent data summary came out this past Thursday, and it covers the 2-week period from April 21st through May 4th. So the data summary provides an overall case rate and burden status for all school districts in the county. And when we talk about the school district, we're talking about the geographical boundary, and it looks at all persons who live within that area. So the case rate for that 2-week period that I mentioned was 116.9, which equates to the high burden status. So there's still a relatively high rate of spread in our area. When we look at individual grade levels, and we break it down by grades K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. All grade levels except the 6 through 8 grade level were also in the high category in terms of the burden status. Our 6 to 8 grade level was actually in the moderately high category, but again, that tends to fluctuate from week to week depending on the number of cases that we have district-wide. In terms of PPE that we have available in the district, so far this year we've distributed over 48,000 masks within all of our schools, and that includes regular size masks and child size masks, cloth and disposable. And we currently have about 30,000 in stock yet. And we also have an adequate supply of all other PPE that we use throughout the district. On the vaccination front, you probably heard that on Monday the FDA approved an amendment to the Pfizer emergency use authorization that expanded eligibility down to age 12, which is great news. The CDC also reviewed that data today and also approved it. So at this point, we're still waiting on the state of Wisconsin to authorize use down to age 12, which it sounds like could happen as soon as tomorrow. With that being said, when we look at the vaccination rate for individuals under the age of 18, so this would be those who have been eligible, 16 and 17-year-olds, about 28% of that age group throughout the state have gotten at least 1 dose, and that continues to go up. For our county, 32.9% of all people in our county have received both shots in the vaccination series, which is also great news, and that continues to go up. The Winnebago County Health Department is offering free walk-in vaccination clinics every Wednesday of the month, and that started this month in May. That's from 1 to 6 p.m. One word of caution, though, they may not have the Pfizer vaccine, so if you're someone who's under the age of 18 and you're looking for that, I would call ahead. The county also has a really nice website, which is www.wcvaccine.org. which provides a lot of information on where a vaccine is available across our area. So I would recommend going to that website if you're interested in looking. The Oshkosh Area School District is also partnering with the Health Department to run an on-site school clinic, and that's going to be held on Thursday, May 20th from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And that's for anybody in the community who's interested. There will be ample supply of the Pfizer vaccine there for any students that are interested. They do need parent consent in order to receive the vaccine. Then there will also be Johnson & Johnson vaccine available for anybody who wants the single dose. That's going to be on a first-come, first-served basis, and it looks like we're probably going to have roughly 300 doses. So there is going to be more information sent to our families on that tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that if you're interested. And just a quick reminder that anybody who has been fully vaccinated, whether it be a student, staff member, or community member, no longer needs to quarantine if they're a close contact to someone who has tested positive. Also a reminder, our district dashboard remains up to date online on our district webpage. As of May 10th, we had 8 positive cases in the district. That included 6 students and 2 staff members at 6 schools total. And since the start of the year, the cumulative total of positive cases that we've had across the district is 663 cases and 9,549 quarantines. That concludes my report.
Mr. Kimmer, can you provide the date of the walk-in vaccine clinic again and location?
The clinic that we're doing for the school district?
Yep.
That's going to be Thursday, May 20th at West High School from 4 o'clock until 7 o'clock.
And that's available to who?
To anybody who's interested.
Okay.
So the entry point is going to be door 24, which is the north parking lot. And there'll be people there to greet those who are coming in and directing them on where to go in the building.
And you did say they'll have the Pfizer one there for under
Correct.
18 or whatever?
Yep,
Thank
and for
you.
those who are 18 and older that want the single dose, there will be some doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine as well.
For the greater good, could you give us that website again that you mentioned, www.wcvaccine.org? Is that it?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Do you happen to know what percentage of our population in Oshkosh is vaccinated? And I know I'm just throwing this at you, so you might not know.
For Winnebago County, that number was 32.9% as of last week. For the city of Oshkosh, I don't know offhand, and I don't know if the county has that data.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kemmer.
All right, next I would like to invite Dr. Gunlock to give us a report on the 2021-2022 school fees.
All right. Well, I'm always excited about stuff I get to bring to the board, but this one is kind of special because we've been working for a long time to reduce fees in the district. Oshkosh had a history of doing a whole lot of fees in previous years and pushing a lot of those costs onto the parents, which is legal and appropriate, but it was pretty excessive. There were course fees for all sorts of things. And just to build a little history, we were noticing that students were selecting courses based on fees, not necessarily if they wanted to take the course. So the board last year made the step of helping us shrink down those fees and put everything into the instructional materials fee. We knew that the instructional material fee would be waived for people who were free reduced. Okay? We also knew that the instructional material fee would go up because to make it revenue neutral. And we weren't quite sure at the time, because at that time I was sitting over there, we weren't quite sure at the time if we set the numbers properly and if we were going to be revenue neutral, revenue positive, revenue negative. Well, it turned out we were almost on the bullseye of setting it up properly. We assessed about $685,780 in fees, approximately, and we collected $250,636. That's a 36% collection rate from families that are not designated free reduced. So what we realized was not only was this a COVID year, not only did those fees go up, we had a lot of families who had questions about those fees. As we reviewed this, as we do every year, we asked ourselves as an administrative team, what if we just eliminated them? We just got rid of them. We got rid of all the instructional material fees that were currently there, and could we make that work? We worked with Mr. Nehans in the business office, and he's been able to help us make this work. So what we are recommending, and it may not be forever and for permanent, but for right now, for the 21-22 school year, we would eliminate all instructional materials fees. Now, it would leave in place a few of the things in terms of band instrument rental, or if you're, for example, if you have a student who's working on a project in, let's say, a technology education class, and you want to make something extra special, and you buy your own materials, you would still pay for that. But for everything else, we would take those fees out, because we also realize that even if you are not designated free and reduced, those fees can get quite hefty. And it's always been our intent to try and reduce those fees as much as possible. We are very excited to bring to you a plan that would just eliminate them. So that's what's it's brought before you. For those of you who are new, we're bringing it in the first meeting. You'll get a resolution in the second meeting where the board will actually vote on that. And if that is voted in support, those fees, that new fee schedule would be published, and we would take that out. I think it's also important to remember that that entire $250,000 or so that we collect, there are a lot of people who work on that. And I'm not even talking the moms and dads that have to get all that money to us. I'm talking just the staff that handle the transactions and then deal with it throughout the district. So we do not net that money. By the time we remove our costs, we're sure that is a much smaller number. So it's not a very efficient way to bring revenue into the district.
Ms. Wyman has a question.
Please.
Fantastic, anxious to have it come back again. When it comes back again, could there be a little piece of how this will be marketed to the community? Because this is pretty wonderful. And
Mhm.
I think it needs to not only go to the families, but our community as well. And it'd be great if the board could hear how we're going to implement it and promote it.
We can definitely do that.
I was thrilled to read about this in my packet, especially from the standpoint of how many kids weren't participating in activities that they should be able to participate in just because of our fee structure. And then, on top of that, we can cut out over some overhead, some administrative costs, and we can give all of our kids more of an opportunity to participate in more programs throughout the district. Was very thankful for the work that you guys did on that.
Thank you.
Like my fellow board members, I'm thrilled to see this. I remember Dr. Claude Thompson, when he was a board member many, many years ago, served as president and in various roles. He always questioned these fees because under Wisconsin's Constitution, it calls for a free and public education. And so he always questioned why were we charging fees other than for those courses that perhaps had a materials fee where it was something extra above and beyond. I'm just really happy to see this. I think this will benefit all of our families, really, and will provide opportunities for students who chose not to take certain courses because there were course fees involved to have that opportunity. So I'm very happy to see this. In addition, I think that besides the first goal, helping kids become college, career, and community ready, I see this also as tying in with our equity goal, because it removes a barrier which was out there for students because of perhaps socioeconomic levels. So I want to thank the administration under Dr. Cartwright's leadership for coming forward with this recommendation. And Dr. Gunlock, who has worked tirelessly on the fees since he arrived here about a dozen years ago or 10 years ago, whatever it was. Thank you so much.
Well, I also, just a shout, since we're thanking a lot of people, we've talked with a lot of parents they've come to you, but they've also come to me. And it's gotten harder and harder to explain exactly why we have these in place. And we were just, this is going to check off a lot of boxes for us, so we're really excited about it.
And I also appreciate that in Infinite Campus, you are now providing the ability to pay by check, whereas before we were paying 3% charges with the credit card, et cetera, and people had to come in and drop off their check. I love that you guys are now doing electronic checks. That's so great.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, you saw mine. I was just thinking, Dr. Gunlock, when you commented, to also the students. I know that we received some movement from students about this too. So it really has been a whole community effort, and I think that's great.
And the students were focused on the parking fee,
Yes,
right?
they were.
Because I had a graduate of West who also had an issue with the parking fee, which we made him pay. What we did is the students asked that we look at the actual cost and really hone in on that. The fee we are reducing, the parking fee is actually coming down. I think it was 40. It's going to come down to 45 and 20, I believe. Yeah, 45 and 20. Mind you, that is not the total cost of maintaining that lot if we were to have it resurfaced, but that is the annual cost of maintaining the lot. So we brought that down, and by the way, both high schools still would like a parking permit system anyways, because that's much more efficient for them as they work with the kids. So yeah, congrats to our kids too.
Yeah.
I was going to also comment on the parking fee. I know that was a topic of conversation going back to last August as students were coming back to school, and it looked like they were going to be in a hybrid mode, and they were questioning appropriately paying a full fee when they would be there at best half-time. So I'm glad we had the voices of the students helping us with this. Also, I want to thank Mrs. Olmsted, who did quite a bit of research, contacting districts throughout the state, districts our size, districts in our region, and was looking at the comparison of parking fees. So I think that was very helpful to administration to see what other districts were charging, or if they were charging for parking. So I'm just overall very happy with this, and thank everyone involved.
I have a question. But they still have athletic fees, right?
Yes,
Okay.
we didn't touch athletic fees and the music instrument rental and uniform maintenance fees.
Okay.
We talked about that, but this was a very big move this year, and we thought let's give this a year, see how this works. We think this will go very, very well, and then we can take a look at the others as well.
Great.
So.
Part of
Go ahead.
Part of what I'll be really interested in seeing is when these fees are, when we make a decision on this, how participation might potentially increase in certain areas. And if we could track the cost savings that we could potentially see through not having as many administrative hours being put into it,
Right.
I think that would be fascinating over the next year, so that we can show that to the community as well.
Yeah, we can pull probably a pretty detailed transaction count, and you'll see a big change with that. So, yes.
So I think people are going to ask, well, where'd the money come from? And I think that'd go a long ways to explaining it to the community. And hey, we get this many more services, and we're this much more efficient. And, but thank you. I really appreciate this.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have a report on the 2021 extended contracts. Who are you?
Well, I think what I'd do is have Dr. Brown, Julie Conrad, Mr. Kemmer come on up. Basically, I'll give you the history on this. Every year during the summer, we obviously don't contract with teachers during the summer months, but sometimes we need to have them come in to do certain things. And so we create a menu of extended contracts that cover some of that summer work, and they're listed for you in the board packet. The ones that I work with mainly is the Media Center folks and the Media Center paraprofessionals. The reason that group gets an extended contract because what we've done is we continue to use our Chromebooks sometimes up to the very last day of school, which is really good news. But you can't really collect 9,000, 10,000 units and do all the stuff we need to do to get them ready for the following year that day. So we have extended contracts that provide for that work over the summer months to make sure that's all set up. And it's kind of split between the Media Center paraprofessionals and the Media Center specialists themselves. So that's the one component that I have. I turn it over to the rest to talk about theirs.
Also included in that extended contract report are school counselors at the high school level. So every summer, our school counselors have quite a bit of work to do in terms of credit checks and scheduling for the following school year. So as students complete credits in summer school, that could potentially change some of the courses they need to take during the next semester of the next school year. And there are a variety of other things that they have to do over summer in order to be ready for the start of the next school year. So their role is going to be more important than ever this year, with having some students who are in need of credits more than ever before. So that's why we boosted the number of hours a little bit this year compared to last year, just to account for some of that extra work.
And other areas are coordinators, which includes our literacy, math, our ESOL, and our CTE coordinator. And they have a variety of things they're working on. The curriculum coordinators are really focused on standard and assessment work or professional development or creating PD for the future for the school year. Do you want to speak to CTE?
Yep, and with career and technical education and our agriculture teachers have historically had extended contracts, as there is a lot of maintenance and work with students in the agriculture area, including prepping for the Winnebago County Fair and in conjunction with 4-H, which we weren't able to do last year, but we will be able to do this year. And along with our career and technical education coordinator and ag teachers, those are paid through Perkins fundings or federal grants to help offset those as well.
And we're going to invite Mrs. Pierre on too. She just didn't fit at the table.
That's okay.
The special education tasks are pretty much outlined. We do lots of summer bus training for the transition programs like you saw with Project Life, and prep work for Project Search, as well as lots of compliance with IEP forms 504 and IEP otherwise.
Any questions or anything? No, seeing none. Thank you all for your report. Oh, sorry, Barbara.
I don't doubt that these hours are needed, and I don't doubt that our staff work extraordinarily hard in the summer as they do all year. I'm just wondering, because we speak to the notion of continuous improvement in our policies on a frequent basis and commit to continuous quality improvement, do we do some sort of assessment with, or exit survey or something at the end of the summer with these folks on extended contracts to see what went well, which didn't go well? Did they need more hours? Did they need to use the hours in a different way than was presented here tonight? Did we do any sort of evaluation?
So I can't speak to all the departments, but I know like technology and media, they track how many hours it takes to do Chromebooks. I believe they do the same thing in curriculum with cataloging. I know in special ed, it is very dependent on what the DPI does with forms, which changes every year. But we do assess and look at, judge our outcomes by what we get done in the estimated amount of time in the area of special ed. And I believe pupil services as well. I believe that the counselors log their hours with outcomes, how many students they've seen.
Yeah, we seek feedback from the counselors every year too, just to see how summer months went and to gauge the number of hours. And they put in a proposal each year as well in terms of how many hours they're going to need for the following summer.
Thank you very much.
And I would say the same thing, you know, we do sit down, and mind you, these are usually extended contracts, sort of not to exceed. It's usually kind of a not to exceed number. Sometimes we don't use them all, but we want to make sure we have authorization if the work does go there. So we do sit down and kind of do a look at it each year.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. There you go.
It happens.
Thanks.
Liz, isn't it nice not to
Are you all set?
I'm all set.
Okay. All right, the next agenda item is non-agenda related public forum. Let me get my bearings quick here.
Yeah.
Did you have guidelines for public comment?
Agenda. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
The other reports, committee reports.
Board committees?
Oh, thank you, I got ahead of myself.
Yes, you skipped a step. I didn't know who was going to say it the loudest. Sorry.
That's all right. All right, thank you.
Number 4.
All right, looking for committee reports from the Policy and Governance Committee as well as the Education Committee, I believe. Correct?
Yeah.
Would you like to
All right, I can go first. All right, so we met just this Monday. We have 14 policies that will be in the next board packet that we will vote on at the next board meeting at the end of this month. So you can look for those. Some of them just had small changes. I'll try to highlight the ones that had bigger changes. The first one was public requests, suggestions, or complaints. That one had pretty significant revisions, and it was to streamline the process where it starts with staff and then moves on up to supervisors and then the board. We added a whistleblower protection. Well, we haven't added. We're recommending. I'm sorry, I should use correct language. We're recommending a whistleblower protection for administrators, which is similar to what we already have for other employee groups. There was a small change to job descriptions having to do with non-licensed administrators. There was an update to the grievance procedure that removes reference to reduction in staff. There was an update to unauthorized work stoppage that revised that schools' operations may not always be in brick and mortar schools. That was obviously a pandemic response change. There was a lot that had to do with fundraising, and again, continuing on with how in student fundraising, let me look at my notes, crowdfunding, student activity funds, and I thought there was one more. But those all had to do with using the district name, logo, and mascot, or any property or assets when raising those kinds of funds. That goes along with some things we voted on last time. There were some policies that have to do with spending federal funds and grants that are changes made by Edgar. Those will be coming to us. And then the final 2 that will be coming for recommendation are cooperation with local governments. This was actually just a name change in the title. It used to be joint use of facilities, and now it's cooperation with local governments. And it took out references to interlibrary loans. And then there was another recommendation to adopt the Environmental Health and Safety Program. This policy was revised to add a reference to plan availability and to correct a statutory situation. Our future meeting, we will continue discussing some of the board bylaws. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 policies that we discussed that we are not going to adopt until we continue that discussion about bylaws. It was recommended that they be reviewed by our legal counsel since they are new board policies. So if you would like to come to our future meeting and see those, that would be on, June 2nd. That is my report.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Cummings.
All right, so the Education Committee met on Thursday, May 6th. We had 2 agenda items, first one being curriculum adoptions. Julie Conrad presented curriculum adoptions that will be coming before the board for approval at the May 26th meeting. These adoptions include a college prep math renewal for grades 6 through 8. Approval will allow for updating student licenses, a 6-year renewal to continue with the current curriculum. We're going to do mystery science. Approval will allow for a 3-year renewal. An Amplify Science would allow for a 1-year license to continue to evaluate this resource to gain more feedback. Just to clarify, Mystery Science is what we use in our elementary schools, and Amplify Science would be in our middle schools. Total for all 3 adoptions is $423,533. and all are digital. This amount has been budgeted for and is within the annual budget of $800,000. Other item, literacy discussion. We talked about literacy goals, standards, testing, equity, and proactive communication with the community. The group discussed student learning objectives, or SLOs. The district's target is to increase proficiency in literacy based on the data. They discussed the importance of communicating messages to the community, telling the story, so we get accurate information out. One of the things we talked about as well was the trend of kindergartners starting at a lower level when it comes to being able to understand certain letters. So teachers tend to be a little bit more behind than maybe they have been in the past, and how we can help them, give them the tools to allow those students to really get up to speed, faster than, or where we'd like them to be as soon as possible. We're going to look at more data next time in regards to the trend of, are we able to get those students, from, we want superstar third graders, obviously, but the goal is to get them where we want them to be by the time they're able to hit the world, graduating, going to college, whatever. So we're going to really look into more data as to a 3 to 5 year trend to see, have we gotten there, what can we do better, and really focus on those areas. So if anybody wants to come to the next committee meeting, it will be on Thursday, June 3rd at 7:30. So.
Any questions? No? All right, thank you for that. All right. I have been eagerly awaiting for the non-agenda related public forum, as we can tell. So we do have guidelines for public comment. And here they are. Please clearly state your name and address. If you are acting as a spokesperson as from a particular group of individuals, please indicate the group that you represent. Please limit your comments to the time allotted, 3 minutes. Please use public comments rather than question and answer dialogue. Please state clearly and concisely the matters of concern. And please remember to use that the use of specific names of district personnel may lead to legal liability. And in such instances, please pursue the district's formal complaint process by contacting the superintendent's office at 424-0160 to direct your appropriate administrator. I also want to indicate that this is a time for the public to engage with us as a board. We are to limit our interactions with that, and if there's questions or follow-ups, there are opportunities for board members to suggest that at future points as well. But today it's about the public coming in and expressing to us issues that they may have or things that they think may be to the detriment or to the betterment of our community. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I got to find my list. I'm actually very excited for this. So excited, I misplaced my list.
Mr. Peschel?
Yes.
Did you say we can ask them questions?
No.
Okay,
We are to
sorry.
limit our questions
Okay.
to only a clarifying statement,
Okay.
but not an interaction.
Okay.
Right, so let's say you misunderstood something that someone said, and you wanted them to clarify that. That would be an opportunity. But we are not going to engage in discussion
Yep.
around their comments
Okay.
because we are not noticed to discuss those comments
Got it.
with the public.
So this is kind of a departure from the way we've been doing it, because we have not asked them questions before.
You're
Yep.
correct.
Yeah.
I'm providing an opportunity for clarification, but I'm not
Got it.
providing an opportunity for full-on conversation and engagement.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay? That is within our duties,
Okay.
within the public information, and to be able to do that. So, but again, I'd want to clarify that if you want to have further discussion about that, that's something that we can have, in consultation with myself and Barb as we prepare agendas. Sorry, Dr. Herzog. In regards to where that fits into our agenda setting. So
And we ask questions after their 3 minutes, correct?
we can ask for clarifications. A question suggests the conversation.
Correct, you're right, okay.
So
Got it.
it's a clarification of something that they said to us in public comment.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions on that? Is that understood? Is that understood to the public? Okay, thank you. So, like I try to address all board members with a Mr. or a Mrs. or a doctor, I'm going to do the same for the public as well. So, first person, I would like to invite Miss Stephanie Piera da Silva.
Super close. Yep.
All right, thank you. So again, please state your name and address.
My name is Stephanie Pereira da Silva. Address is 4090 Summerview Drive in Oshkosh. I have been the Oaklawn PTO president for the past 5 years and an advocate for the Oshkosh Area School District. Over the course of the pandemic, my confidence, trust, and respect for the district has diminished. A district with a guiding principle of students first has done a poor job of showing this on a consistent basis. How can you say as a district you want to be leaders in education through innovation while focusing on the whole child when it is clear that the district cares more about sporting events than academic celebration through graduation, promotion ceremonies, and the like? If your team has been following direction from the health department and ultimately the CDC, why are the guidelines of an outdoor ceremony, limited attendee, mask requirement not even considered except for high school graduation? Students have worked hard to miss out on experiences because the Oshkosh Area School District cannot better prepare and plan. When you say you want to enrich our community by supporting our students to lead creative and empowered lives, why are you creating barriers to the work these students are doing, such as hosting proms? Instead of taking ownership for the comments made by district employees threatening to take away graduation, it is blamed on students starting rumors, which was not the case. That is one of the core values of our district, which is integrity. The district has done a disservice to so many kids and has made a statement in their actions that inclusiveness is just not that important. Homecoming, prom, field trips are things an entire school or class does together, and people feel included, even if they're not part of the popular kids. By canceling all of these things, rather than thinking creatively on how to do these safely, the answer to so many of these kids was just no. The district is broken in more ways than one, but most importantly, you cannot build community through education without the support of your community, and most importantly, those of us that have poured hundreds of hours over the course of our children's journey with the district. The OASD website claims that the district is unique in how closely we work in our community to understand what it wants from schools and being transparent. Why has there been no communication to families that end of the year field trips, promotion ceremonies, special events like teddy bear picnics are canceled? Many of us on PTOs have spent hours putting together district safety plans for all of these events only to be met with no communication, not even a response. In the same day, the district sends out an email that we can increase the number of people at sporting events. Help me understand why, as a district, we continue to place sporting events over academics. As a district, the leadership team should reflect on the core values such as integrity, responsive improvement, and collaborative culture. As families are leaving the district permanently, I encourage you to work with those of us that have truly the students first mindset.
Thank you for your comments.
I have my slide.
I can't read that, I'm sorry.
Oh, it says
So-
I have a clarifying
All right.
question. I hate interrupting people. Did you receive a communication that said if that if your child attended a prom, they would not be able to go to graduation?
A family member did. Yes, they did.
By a member of the school district?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. All right, number 2 is Miss Sarah Danahay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Danahy, 1330 Maricopa Drive. In the last year, our district has faced unprecedented challenges, and like challenges usually do, they revealed opportunities for reflection and needed change. Challenges also tend to bring out the worst in some of us. The blame game is strong lately. In fact, I'm Surprised the board has not been blamed for rising gas prices yet. My purpose for speaking tonight is for two reasons. First, I really feel the need to speak for the many families who wish to move on from the last year and who want to move away from the divisive rhetoric that is currently being played out on social media from a few who continue to air grievances in a dehumanizing and arguably slanderous manner. Imagine that my 14-year-old son comes home and tells me he feels students at his school are not being treated fairly. Perhaps he tries to go to them directly with no response. Imagine that I tell him to create a Facebook group so that all of his friends can post their concerns and things they are angry about. In fact, in addition to that, create a private group where your friends can really let loose. If you think this is an effective change agent, then you are not truly about change and clearly have other agendas in mind. There are 10,000 students in this district. Groups like this do not represent a majority of students and families in our district, nor do they represent a majority of the staff. We are hardwired to see situations through our own lenses based on our beliefs and experiences. True courage requires that we take the lenses off from time to time in order to see another point of view. This is required of all of us, families and administration. Complaining and blaming does not require courage. Secondly, the last 18 months have shown us that schools and their staff are unfairly burdened with the many social issues already present in our community. I respectfully ask the board to consider the creation of a subcommittee, if it does not already exist, that would include community partners and stakeholders to begin to understand the true benefit of prevention and the opportunities to engage with organizations who have the resources and perhaps funding to support our staff. In my opinion, this is a significant way we can change the frightening patterns of disruptive behavior in our schools, lack of family engagement, and staff turnover. So while a small group of people, a minority, continue to focus on the past and stir the drama pot, the rest of the 9,000 families in the district are ready to get to work to find solutions and move our district forward. My hope is that we return to being the district that is admired for our greatest asset, our teachers and staff. Lastly, on behalf of my 3 children, please consider optional mask wearing for the remainder of the school year. They asked me to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, next I would like to invite Miss Carrie Youngworth.
Yes, Carrie Youngworth, 9th Avenue in Oshkosh. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know it's been a difficult time with difficult decisions to be made, but it's been well over a year since COVID first erupted our lives, and yet we still can't seem to figure out how to move past this and stop living in fear. Our kids have missed so many days of school. The only reason they are back 5 days a week is because we, the parents, stood up and fought for it. As a board, you should have been doing everything in your power to get our kids back in school, but you didn't. You sat back and even fought to keep them out of school. And now some of you seem angry with these parents. But why? What should we have done? Why can't we all work together and find some middle ground? I don't know about all of you, but I don't want to be here tonight. It's beautiful outside, but I'm here. And we will all continue to be here to fight for our kids. Our kids deserve to have normal school days. They deserve to have a prom. They deserve to have all of their friends and family attend their graduation and other events. We can make these things happen. I'm begging you all to start supporting our children. Their education and all the experiences that come with it are essential. Let's make next year a normal year. Not a new normal, just normal. Free from masks, free from COVID tests, free from COVID vaccines. Let parents make the decisions that they feel are best for their children. Let's learn from our past mistakes. Let's work together with open and honest communication. Let's all support each other, not threaten and intimidate. Let's make our teachers feel safe in speaking up when they need support or when they feel something isn't right. Let's make this a school district that people want to send their kids to. There are so many things that I want to talk about, that I want to change. It just feels overwhelming. So instead, I'm here asking you, please, let's be better. Our children deserve it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right. Next, I would like to invite Miss Sarah Noe.
Hello, Sarah Noe, 1917 Timberline Drive. As stated, I am Sarah Doherty Noe, a parent of a 5th grader at Oakwood Elementary, an 8th grader at Carl Traeger Middle. I was born and raised in Oshkosh. I was a Green Meadow Meadowlark, a South Park Panther, and an Oshkosh West Indian before they became the Wildcats. Building community through education is our district motto. But to be honest, the community has all been left out of your decisions of the past. You see, I, like many, never gave a second thought to the school board. I've spent the better part of this last year upset and angry, and that's not who I am. Your decision back in August, ignoring the wishes of over 80% of the parents by not allowing our kids to return to face-to-face in-person schooling in September, really ticked me off. And I know I'm not alone when I say I felt I was lied to and misled. I chose to raise my children in a community that I respected, appreciated, understood, and enjoyed. Oshkosh is a community that built me. I'm an educated, motivated, and involved parent. I've done my best by volunteering or donating to my children's schools. I run a small business full-time, and yet when the district's call went out that they needed substitute teachers, I became one. So now we as a community stand at a crossroads, and we as parents are afraid of what's next after this tip of the iceberg. What's next after masks and quarantining? Please do not continue to disregard our opinions, beliefs, or wishes of over 80% of the district's parents. There's clearly a big disconnect here between parents and the board, so please do what is right and start listening to us. Allow parents to make their own educated choices for their kids going forward. Restore our faith and trust in your ability as a school board to create an educational environment that our Oshkosh can be proud of. Our children are missing out on education due to the quarantine rules this district uses. Our children are missing out on seeing the faces of their peers and educators due to the mask rules this district uses. Let's see. I'll end with a quote from Agatha Christie, which is appropriate since we just celebrated Mother's Day. A mother's love for her child is like nothing else in the world. It knows no law, no pity. It dares all things and crushes down remorselessly all things that stand in its path. So I ask you, on behalf of the SOS group, please engage this group of mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts and uncles, and all other caregivers whose love is like nothing else in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And I want to ask a clarifying question.
You may.
I was wondering that 80% statistic, where is that from?
That was from the survey that wanted their kids in person in August or September when
Was
it
that
came
sent
out.
out to all parents?
You'd have to ask the board. That was not our survey. That
Okay.
was the school board.
Thank you.
Mr. Gunlock, can you answer that question, please?
Yeah, the survey was sent out to all families.
Okay.
Yeah, by the school district back, I forget the time frame.
Would have been July or
Yeah.
August. So, all right, thank you for that question, by the way.
Yeah.
Next, I would like to invite Miss Ruth Stazek.
Yeah, you got it
All
right.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ruth Stazak, Prairiewood Drive, Oshkosh. I'd like to start by reading the Hippocratic Oath, which is first, do no harm. This is an oath taken by physicians, nurses, and other healthcare personnel. Honestly, it's something I feel every decent human should live by. I recall a specific board meeting. One of your board members said, there were some things that struck me. One thing that really struck me is we're hurting our students academically, socially, and emotionally. This was the same night you voted to bring our kids back to school 5 days a week, and thank God you did. COVID did not spike during this time at all. At the February 24th board meeting, one of your board members specifically asked administration to document whether or not close contact was from school or the community in an effort to determine if positive COVID cases are coming from school versus out in the community. That administrator said it was something the contact tracers were already doing, just not keeping documentation of, and that this is something they would make an effort to do. I emailed that same administrator last week asking specifically what percentage of kids who were quarantined actually turned positive. The response was, we do not currently keep track of quarantines that turn into positive cases. I believe in order to be truly successful and make the best decisions for students, this is vital information that needs to be tracked so we can start planning for next year. In February, the CDC updated quarantine guidelines to reflect only a 10-day quarantine after exposure, ending after 7 days with a negative COVID test. However, this district is not following that recommendation. The CDC also reported that minimal school-related transmission, even when community transmission was high. The CDC reported that minimal school-related transmission occurred even when the community transmission was high. This was after numerous amounts of data were collected over 11 school districts. Many school districts in Wisconsin have started following updated guidelines, and a lot have dropped quarantine rules completely. Why? Because numerous studies have shown there is little to no spread among close contacts in school, but positive results occur as a result of close contact in the community or outside of school. Harm is being done to our children by making all these kids quarantine, most of whom the close contact is sketchy at best, and most who do not have or ever show symptoms. I can tell you I've tested hundreds of students sent home on quarantine since school reopened, 5 days a week, and to date I have not had one positive COVID from a school quarantine. I assure you that many parents will also attest to this. Per over 10 recent studies, the psychological effect of quarantine leads to isolation, social exclusion stigma, and fear among children. The most common diagnoses were acute stress disorder, grief, and PTSD from quarantine. 3 recent studies reported restlessness, irritability, anxiety, clinginess, and inattention with increased screen time in children during quarantine. Not to mention how inequitable this is for families. Parents have to pay for doctor visits to get tested. Time and money are lost from work. In research, the NNT, or number needed to treat, is the number of people who need to be treated before one person experiences the benefit or harm from a certain screening, intervention, or medication. Are we doing more harm or good by quarantining 200+ students for a few positive cases, or are we harming them academically, socially, and emotionally?
Thank you for your comments. I think there's a follow-up.
Oh, sure. I have a question. Have you checked our dashboard to see the number of quarantines we've had since we opened?
Like, do I have the data for it?
Yeah, the data.
Well, no, you guys would have that data.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't have that in front of me.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 200 or something.
I'm just throwing out a number. Like, all the kids that have been quarantined, what's the amount that we're going to turn positive? But yet all these 200 kids are missing 2 weeks of school.
Right.
For what? When does it become a benefit versus harm? Are we doing more harm by making all these students quarantine?
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments.
Sure.
So, but I'm gonna, again.
That was just a question.
That's fine. It was moving to being further than a question.
Got it.
All right. I would like to invite Miss Liberty Mugrauer.
Good evening. My name is Liberty Mugrauer, and I reside at 75 Lakehurst Avenue in Oshkosh. And I am a senior here at Oshkosh West High School. For all of my life, I have always wanted to go to Oshkosh West. My friends went there, and I thought there would be amazing opportunities for me to make new friends and get involved in the school. I transferred to West in the fourth quarter of my sophomore year, and it started off amazing, but then junior year hit. Of course, it is not the administration's fault of the stabbing incident, but the response was a joke. Although resources were provided for students, I felt that the situation was pushed under the rug, and we were supposed to pretend like it didn't happen. I personally felt that I was okay, but let me tell you, I wasn't. And you can attest to that if you see my transcripts from that semester. Later in the year, COVID hit, and we went fully virtual. I know this was a learning experience for everyone, but I believe the way the situation was handled was not acceptable. There were almost no communication with the teachers and the students. I was left on my own to figure out all of my assignments, and I was not learning anything. I know for a fact that there were some students that didn't do any of their work for months, and then they just completed a couple of assignments at the end of the year so they could pass the class. As a person who works hard for all of their grades, it is just really frustrating. The school basically let kids do the bare minimum of work with no repercussions for it. What is this teaching younger kids, and how is this supposed to motivate us to keep working? This fall, we pretty much immediately went back to virtual learning, and the same thing happened again. I was really looking forward to my senior year because everyone's told me that senior year is the best year of high school. But in reality, everything got taken away from me, and not just me, from our whole senior class. There was no homecoming, no Winterfest, no pep rallies, no performances, and in fact, even the senior awards night is virtual this year. Meanwhile, school districts all around us, including Amarillo, Winneconne, and Lourdes, have all been in person this year with no shutdown. and they have all been providing their students with extracurricular activities following COVID-safe practices. Oshkosh West has done none of those things. For starters, I think it is ridiculous that there are only 2 or 4 tickets given to each football player for home games.
25 seconds.
There are plenty of room at Titan Stadium to fit all of the senior class, plus the parents. Limiting the number of tickets made it so most of the seniors were unable to attend these games. And only at first, obviously the parents get the tickets, and then after that, it's all of the popular people at our school. Personally, Friday night football games were some of the highlights of my high school experience, and this year it was taken away from me. I have wanted to go to prom ever since I was a little girl. And now I won't have the chance to. My only option offered to me was a casino night with everyone was separated. I was on the planning committee for this event, and I know that there couldn't even be any empty spaces available that could have been dancing because of the school district. I know for a fact that Lewart's had a prom, and there have been no signs of COVID since then. I also know that Amro and Winnicott are holding proms soon. So the question is, why couldn't we? Now parents are hosting their own proms for kids with only an exclusive list of people. These people, again, are the popular people. There's nothing wrong with parents hosting their own proms. The only problem is that it leaves people out. This is not on the parents or the kids, it's on the Oshkosh School District. On a different note, even our graduation is not the same. We do not get to do a processional into the arena, which makes no sense because we all have to get into our seats somehow. We could even be socially distanced if we have to. And we also all have to walk across the stage in a line to receive our diplomas. So why can't there be a traditional processional? Another huge disappointment is limiting the number of tickets at graduation by only 2. Graduation should be a celebration for family, and now it can't be. My little 11-year-old sister can't even watch me graduate. And my grandma, who moved here to Oshkosh from Michigan just to watch me grow up, can't see me graduate. She just has to watch it through her TV screen. And it's not just... Excuse me?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, I really am, but we allot for 3 minutes and I've provided you over a minute extra. And so it breaks my heart to stop you in the middle of this, so.
Well, can I just finish quickly? I'm almost done.
That's fine, I wanted to make sure that we were getting to that closure, so go ahead, thank you.
And it's not just my family. And I know that there are a lot of other families out there who have more than just one child who wants to see them graduate. There is nothing that you can do to fix my senior year, but I'm hoping that you have a better plan so next year's seniors don't have to lose everything that we did. Thank you.
Ms. Mugra, I want to thank you for coming and speaking today.
Yes.
From the heart and from emotion of your experience. We are grown adults. We will never be able to connect with what you've lost and what you've had to go through for the last year. And so I'm truly sorry that this experience has affected you and your student body as well. Mm-hmm. So thank you for coming tonight and bearing your soul to us.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
So as you all can see, I deviated from our normal process there. I felt that it was appropriate. I like to say and believe that our guiding principle is putting students first. It's not very often that we have a student there and a student that bears their soul like they just did to us, and I felt it was important to deviate. It would have caused more distraction for her to not allow her to continue. So so I hope that you all support me in that if I do that in the future as well.
Thank you.
Because we are here to guide students and to build their lives. So this is one of their opportunities to express that to us.
Thank you, Bob, for allowing her the extra time.
Sure.
Seriously.
All right. Would like to invite Miss Molly Butz to the podium or to the table. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Molly Butz. I've been here before, 3880 Crabapple Lane, and actually I'm just here as a follow-up to a conversation that I've had with all of you in the last few months. So I came about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and just talked about the plan. And actually I knew Liberty was speaking tonight and knew the things that she was talking about and thought that it would be most appropriate that I speak after her to make sure that that plan is in place so that this doesn't happen again. And so after the last time I came and spoke and talked to the school board about initiating a plan, talking about what that plan looks like for next year, I did receive emails and messages from board members who are no longer on the board, but just asked, how we could proceed with that plan. So I would really like, and again, I've talked to previous board members about possibly initiating a task force that had, a number of parents involved, and what does this plan look like? And I'm just going to give a really broad example, and this might be extreme, but I think it makes a good point. I had a meeting this week with a church that I do work with in my job, and the church told me that they had seen a reduction in people who were attending church, obviously for multiple reasons. But they also had people comment that they no longer felt comfortable coming to church because they couldn't praise and worship the way that they wanted to. So as of this weekend, the church on the left side will have the people who want to praise and worship by hugging, shaking hands, joining together on one side, unmasked, and the church will have on the other side people who want to remain socially distanced and masked. Therefore, everyone has a choice, okay? So I go back to some of the conversations that I had with all of you in October where I said, I just feel like people who want their kids to be in school at this point don't have a choice. And I kind of feel like we're at that point again where those of us or people who maybe want different things or want to take part in some of these things in person, maybe not so, socially distant, those type of things, we just don't have the choice. So again, what I'm asking is that we go through even school by school, yearbook by yearbook, and say, what does football look like for next year? And then communicate that to the parents. What does DARE graduation look like for the schools? 5th grade DARE graduation might be a really big deal for some families who absolutely lost it this year. So if we can have that communicated to families before that just says DARE graduation is never going to happen in person again, then we as parents can say, we know that it's never going to happen in person. But if we can say, hey, look, we would like all families to tell us, all families to tell us whether or not they would like to participate in DARE graduation, we can have an in-person DARE graduation and a virtual DARE graduation. And I just think allowing each family to make that choice for their child is the best thing. So again, I'm happy to have discussions. I'm happy to be involved in a task force. I would be more than willing to go through every page in that yearbook and come up with a plan that all families feel like they can be included in and that we all have a choice. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Molly.
Next is Miss Julia Salomon.
Thank you. I always have to lower the microphone and lower the chair, because I'm not as tall as Molly. All right. My name is Julia Salomon, 1320 Snowden Drive here in Oshkosh. I have a sophomore at West High School. I first want to thank the school board for keeping my child safe. Fact, we have never experienced this before. This is my first pandemic. I don't know about you, but it's our first pandemic. So we are learning and doing things, and yes, making mistakes as we go. Fact, we are still living in a pandemic. Fact, while the number of reported cases and contacts have come down, they are not zero. And in fact, preliminary data continue to show an increase in weekly case numbers in those under the age of 18. Compared to all other age groups, those under 18 are experiencing the greatest growth of COVID-19 cases. Preliminary data shows that 14 to 17-year-old age group accounts for most of COVID-19 among children younger than 18, followed by the 9 to 13-year-old age group, according to the Department of Health Services here in Wisconsin. Fact, we are still considered to be in the high burden rate for our area. Fact, students do not live or learn in a vacuum. They go home with folks that may have been exposed at work, at play, or at pray. Fact, schools do not operate in a vacuum. What happens in the community affects the schools and vice versa. Fact, masks do indeed work, and in the absence of social distancing increases, masks in the absence of social distancing increases the risk of exposure. Think of it as a Swiss cheese model. You have social distancing, you have masking, you have vaccination, you have quarantining. All those things together reduce the risk of COVID, not just one. Fact, you don't change a horse in the middle of a horse race. We have 3 weeks of school left. Let the school year end and then assess. If there's one thing this pandemic has taught us is that things can change on a dime very, very quickly. One of the reasons that there have been low numbers of cases and contacts this year in schools is because of mitigation measures that OASD has implemented. Fact, social distancing is hard to do in school. If you take away masks, you're taking away 2 of those layers of Swiss cheese. And DHS strongly recommends that in the absence of social distancing, masks should be worn. I don't know what the right thing to do here. One of the previous speakers said, do the right thing. I don't know what that is. I don't. But I do know that the right thing for this district is to base your decisions on data, on facts. There's a lot of emotions going on here, and I thank the school district for basing your decisions on facts. One last thing, I don't like the idea of having separate but equal opportunities for people. That just takes me down history. I don't like that idea. But thank you for making decisions based on facts.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Mark Keynes.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mark Keynes, Snowden Drive. I'm a parent of a OASD student, and I'm a PhD virologist. I would like to commend the administration of OASD for their handling of the COVID situation. The COVID situation has been rapidly changing over the entire year. The school district or any body of the size of OASD is in a no-win situation. What their decisions that they make based on one criteria are going to upset people who prioritize another one. One thing that we do know is that the actions of OASD have kept our children safe. And I'm very happy for that. I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Miss Anita Ragoni.
Hello, my name is Anita Taylor-Ragoni. I live on Delhaven Lane. Try to make it quick for you guys this evening. My purpose of being here is really just to try to talk about how we can work together as a community, both with the Winnebago Health Department, but also with our local healthcare organizations, to really prepare for next year and to help get the parents prepared for next year so they know ahead of time what to expect and what to anticipate. Kind of on that note, we've talked a lot tonight about masks and what CDC guidelines and all of that. I think that would be a lot easier if everybody got vaccinated. So I think it's great that you're offering vaccinations for the kids. What are we doing to really encourage our employees to be vaccinated? Because that's really our highest risk population, and those are the ones that really should be vaccinated. I know there's been some educational seminars provided for the school district, maybe doing that again.
some ways to kind of offer, I'm happy to help. I'm an allergist, so if people are worried about vaccine reactions, these are things that I'm happy to offer my expertise on. With regards to my final request is that we request that we try to obtain some rapid PCR testing to have in the schools. I think it's easy enough to do. There's funding from the state that's for, COVID relief funds. I think that would be a logical way to use it, and you'd probably save money in the end because you'd have less staff missing multiple work days. And if I know UWO does offer a free test, which has been wonderful for the community, but it takes several days, so you're missing 3 to 4 days of school before you get that turnaround. So having the rapid test in the school. And then again, utilizing the expertise in your community. You've got a lot of healthcare organizations here. We're happy to help. And how can we help you make that work in the school district? Molly talked a little bit about task forces. I would envision a task force, like each school maybe has a task force. It includes your principals or your teachers, and maybe it's the board president. I don't know, just like people that can help to make this work. It shouldn't be just the board's burden. Let us all help carry the burden with you. And that's all I have. Thank you for my time.
I have a question.
Thank you, Anita.
Questions?
Yeah. PCR, is that an acronym for a rapid test?
Mm-hmm.
And
So there's the rapid antigen test and there's the rapid PCR. So the
Okay.
PCR is more sensitive. The rapid antigen, if it's negative, then you might get a PCR, but currently the school district requires a rapid PCR. And those are only available at certain places.
Okay.
So you either have to pay to get it through Ruth Works in the walk-in clinic, and you have to pay there to have that done, and a lot of students have.
Okay.
Or you can go to the UWO campus, but that's a several day
And it
turnaround.
takes 2 hours to do it, or one? Like, how soon do you get the results?
24 hours.
24 hours, okay.
I wanted to clarify something. You can,
Go ahead.
can I? You can also go to the county to get that test, correct? Because I took my daughter there.
Okay, so what was the turnaround time, I guess?
It was about 48, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that. as we
48
let-
what? 48 hours?
Hours.
Okay.
Yep.
I think if everybody got vaccinated, that would, remove the need for a lot of testing. So
There
that's
is a
another way to
shorter
save money.
timeline, I'm sorry, there is a shorter timeline on that test through CISA 6. You can go in the day, and you usually have the results by the morning. They literally drive them down to Milwaukee, to the hospital down there.
So is that something that's available to the children in the school district right now? Or is this something
Yes, it
they're
is.
working on?
It's primarily aimed at the adults in the school district. I believe the cost is $100 per test, but the results come back much quicker that way.
Yeah. That's why I was asking about the Q or PCR, because I know UWO has rapid testing that comes back in 2 hours. Is that correct?
That's the rapid antigen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anita.
All right, this is our final speaker for the evening, Miss Tamara Mugrauer. Did I say your first name right?
It's Tamara.
Tamara, I'm sorry.
That's
I'll
okay,
get it-
no
I'll get it
problem.
right the next time.
Okay, so I'm Tamara Mugrauer. I live at 75 Lake Rest Avenue. I myself am going to throw back a little bit to when I was in high school, and I was definitely not one of the cool kids at all, but the one place I always felt included were at my school activities. You could go to a game and you would be a part of something. You could go to basketball, football, whatever, and you were a part of something bigger than yourself. There's school spirit and all of that. And you really felt like the next day at school, you could talk about what everyone else was talking about, even if you didn't go to the party afterwards. So, in a district that talks about things, about being inclusive, that has a buddy bench and, assigned lunch seating so that nobody feels left out. You can't bring a party invite unless everyone's invited. That's what I thought the school district represented. Try not to get emotional, but that is not what happened at all here. My daughters went to Lourdes Academy. My daughter begged me to go to West. She was in love with everything about Oshkosh West. She begged me until I let her go there. And I know that it's not the district's fault that COVID happened. I know that. I totally understand that. But since things have gotten better, I don't understand things like we say follow the science, follow the facts. Well, here's a fact. Titan Stadium holds How many people? Does anyone know? 10,000 people. 20% is 2,000 people. 2 to 4 tickets were given to athletes. That comes out to, unless we have 500 kids on the football team, that's not 2,000 people. Why did no one think to offer every high school senior a ticket to that football game? How about the juniors? You could have done the juniors, the seniors, and 4 tickets for each of those kids and still not been at 20% capacity. And isn't that the science? Why did no one care? Prom. They were not given the option of a prom. There's people out there saying they did. They did not. They gave them a socially distanced, plexiglass divided casino night. My daughter was a part of the committee. People started dropping off out of the committee because they were planning their own proms. I just don't think that what was done to make them feel included. We're supposed to make them feel included, and it just didn't happen. Her total dream, again, was to go to this big school. Now, she's going to move on. She's going to go to a really big school, Roll Tide, and she's going to be a part of something bigger. But that was what she wanted, and I just don't see any reason why it couldn't happen. I will just say one more thing. Like, she wanted so bad, and then her quote in the senior yearbook was, "I don't even go here," because she never got that opportunity. It's so disappointing. I asked her if she wanted a yard sign for her lawn, and she said, "Sure, I want a yard sign that says Bama Bound." Nothing to do with Oshkosh West, and she loved that school. She fought for it. Just please do better for the rest of our kids. Do better for the future years for her friends. That's all I ask.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes,
tonight.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that exhausts our speakers list for the non-agenda related public forum. And we have no one signed up for the agenda-related public forum. So we will, what time is it? Is it
Almost 7:45.
7:45. Is anyone willing to entertain a quick recess? 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay. I need a motion.
Second.
Motion.
Or wait, I move for recess.
All right. So, official, Carlin, Salaji on the second.
Thank you.
So, gave it to you, I guess. So, please call the roll.
Harlan.
Aye.
Herzog.
Aye.
Carnes.
Aye.
Peschel.
Aye.
Szilagyi.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Wyman. Aye. Adjourned into a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
The Oshkosh Board of Education is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Call the Oshkosh Board of Education meeting back into session from a brief recess. Thank you for that. Moving on, we are at the workshop portion of the agenda. I'd like to start with our first workshop. It's on Robert's Rules of Order. We have Attorney Sorensen from Von Briesen and Roper here to give us an overview of Robert's Rules of Order.
Excuse me if I could just interject for a second.
You may.
This was one of 3 sessions that former President, Vice President Olmsted and I had arranged for the board, particularly with new board members coming to join us. The first one was on legal aspects. We heard that on April 26th, I believe. Tonight's is on Robert's Rules, and then we will have a third and the final session that the 2 of us had arranged for with Ted Knightsky on effective boardsmanship. So this is part of that bigger picture. So with that, we'll welcome Steve Sorensen. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you all. In light of the time, I'm going to go faster than you've ever wanted someone to go, so if you want to stop me, tell me. But the basic concept that we're talking about tonight is what is parliamentary procedure. The book that you use is called Robert's Rules of Order. That is only the starting point when you do your parliamentary procedure. In fact, Robert's Rules of Order tells you immediately that your own personal policies and your own bylaws control over Robert's rules. So I looked at your policies and I looked at your rules before I came this evening to see if you've adopted Robert's Rules of Order. And you have adopted Robert's Rules of Order. You've adopted an edition that's even older than the one I have. What you really want to do is you want to take a look at parliamentary procedure on a regular basis. Now, Robert's Rules doesn't change very often. It did change this year, and I should point that out to you. It did change by adding different types of what we call electronic meetings. Basically, there's 4 different kinds of electronic meetings. Robert's Rules has put together a set of proposed guidelines. They're not formal rules yet, but they're proposed guidelines that you may want to talk about. And I know that your president indicated maybe you want to come back some other time, so I'm not going to talk to you about the guidelines because you're not in virtual sessions. But if you do want to use virtual sessions, I do think that you do need to put together guidelines for virtual sessions. It's very important. You had a presentation, I'm told, earlier about open meetings law and open records law. And that's one of the big problems when you're with a governmental agency such as yourselves and you're trying to do a virtual meeting. I mean, if you're in some social group, virtual meetings aren't that hard. But when you're dealing with government rules and regulations, especially open meetings and open records, you've got to be cognizant of that. So what is the purpose of Robert's Rules? Well, the purpose is threefold. Number one, it's to expedite business. Number two, it's to assure legality. And number three, it's to protect the rights of minority. Don't forget that. One of the biggest reasons you have Robert's Rules is to protect the rights of minority. And that's very, very important. That's what it was written for. That's the whole concept behind it. The other phrases of expediting business, you could do that some other way. You could have a benevolent dictatorship, which would be much more efficient. And legality is something that, because you are an educational institution that's organized under the laws of the state of Wisconsin, you have lots of legal rules that really aren't in Robert's Rules, but they certainly find a home. Now, I was told this evening that one of the things you really want to talk about is how do you move items into your agenda. Let me first of all talk basically about a book that everybody should sometime get. It's very, very inexpensive. It's called Parliament Procedure at a Glance. It's by Garfield Jones. I think this one cost me $10. It's just the best book that you can get that's really quick, easy to use. If you're really, really cheap, you can get this one for nothing. Just let me know and I'll give you a copy of it. But it's not nearly as good as this one. If you really want to go all the way, you can buy the 11th edition of Robert's Rules just came out. And it has the rules under the concept of virtual meetings. Okay, so you start with the concept that you have a set of rules that tell you how to do things. The first thing you always do when you start a meeting is you have the order of business. Robert's Rules lays out your order of business. It tells you that how you should set up your agenda. Your agenda is set up very similar to the way you're doing it this evening. And understand that an agenda belongs to the body. It does not belong to the chair. It does not belong to the administrator. It belongs to the body. So the body is to set the agenda. Now, most organizations will tell the chair or some other member to set the agenda. But remember, it's you telling the chair to set the agenda. It's not the chair telling you to set the agenda. I was at a governmental meeting not too long ago that the chair had been to a meeting, and he just sat there and he said, and people said, well, let's get going. He said, you haven't told me what to do yet. The bottom line is you should come to every meeting with an agenda. The agenda should be approved immediately. And it's called the orders of business, your general orders, your special orders. That's your agenda. Acquiescence is acceptable under Robert's Rules. Acquiescence means you don't object. So the chair says, I have the agenda for this evening. Are there any questions or concerns? No one says anything. That agenda is approved. That's acquiescence. That's acceptable under Robert's Rules. If somebody objects, then the chair has to deal with that. And I just mentioned to the chair earlier tonight, the chair has tremendous power at a meeting. And if it's used inappropriately, you as the assembly or the body can shut him down or shut her down, as the case may be. But you really ought to encourage your chair to do things that need to get done. For example, you took a recess. The chair could say, I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess. Let's come back at 8 o'clock. If no one objected to that statement by the chair, that is what happens. Now, if you read Robert's rules, it says a recess is a motion that has to be made by a member of the body. It is subject to a second. In other words, it's not formal before the body until it's seconded. Then it must be stated by the chair. I'm going to talk about motions in a minute. And then it must be voted on. Certainly doesn't have to, there are 3 ways of voting. We can talk about those in a minute too. But all I want you to understand is there are times we call informal courtesy. And you need to understand the concept of informal courtesy. That's when the chair sees something that is appropriate to do, and the chair takes it upon him or herself to do that. That's acceptable under Robert's rules. I do hear people often say, you can't do that. Well, the chair can do it until somebody objects, okay? And I'll talk to you a little bit about how you can object to the chair doing things. But I think that's a concept you want out on the table, because that goes to the question of efficiency. A good chair will move the meeting along. Now, another thing that came up tonight, and I want to use this as an example, the young lady who went beyond the 3 minutes, okay? The chair has the absolute right to allow the person to keep talking for 3 hours if you wanted to. You as a body, one of you could have said, I move to a point of order, or I move for special privilege is really the appropriate message, and the chair has to recognize you. That's required by the rules. And he says, and what's that privilege? And you say, we have a 3-minute rule. And the chair then would say, you're correct, we have a 3-minute rule. Madam, you're going to have to cease talking. That's not a debatable motion. It's not even a motion. It's something where someone is calling to the attention to the chair that you have a rule, and the chair is obligated to follow that rule. At that point, the chair could say, well, I'm going to use my prerogative as a chair to allow her to continue. The person that brought the objection can say, well, I moved to appeal the chair's decision. Then that chair says, fine, you've moved to appeal. Is there a second? Somebody else says, yeah, I second. All in favor? It's not debatable. All in favor? It takes a 2/3 vote to overrule the chair. Those are the rules you need to know, because those are how you move things along efficiently and effectively. So I just give you that as an example because you saw that happening tonight. All of you were very cognizant of the fact that the 3 minutes had run out. All of you sat back and said, that's okay, and that's fine. And the chair is in the prerogative of saying, I'm going to continue. And as long as nobody contests him or her, that's fine. And I want you to understand that. That's called a courtesy, an informal courtesy, which is permissible under Robert's Rules of Order. Okay, those are 2 points that I wanted to highlight before my mind lost them. I have a tendency to go to bed at 8 o'clock, so if I fall asleep here, don't worry about it. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, because somebody said, well, we want to know how to bring a motion properly before the board. Well, let me talk about how that should be. Number one, and this is something many, many groups do not do, if you have a motion that you want to bring before the board that is not a special order or a general order of the evening, and it's not on the agenda. If it's not on the agenda, but you want it discussed, you can bring a motion before the board. There's nothing that prohibits you from doing that. You can do it anytime, and that's another thing that people don't understand. Now, the chair can rule you out of order and say, I'm sorry, we're going through the orders of the meeting, and we're right now on the COVID-19 update. And that's what we're going to do. And then you could appeal the chair. It have to be seconded. 2/3 would have to vote. And I'm sure that you all understand that that's probably not going to pass. But you could wait for an appropriate time, like when I'm done, and you could say, Mr. Chair, we've been here long enough. I'd like to move to adjourn. The interesting thing is a motion to adjourn is not debatable. The chair must call for an immediate vote on the motion to adjourn. It does have to be seconded, by the way. And if the body votes to adjourn, you're done. Now, there is one case of a motion to adjourn that would not be allowed, and that's if you don't have a new meeting date set. You cannot adjourn a meeting without setting the next meeting date. Because if you do, under the rules, you've just dissolved your organization. Because if you adjourn without setting a new date, you can never come back together again. Now, again, you're protected by your bylaws, you're protected by your school, but I'm trying to teach you Robert's rules in kind of a humorous way, because we've been pretty solemn most of tonight. And I really wanted to give you some things that are practical. Motions to adjourn, when you're getting tired, you're getting frustrated, are often good. I move that we adjourn till next week at 3 o'clock in the afternoon you can do that. That motion is in order all the time because it sets to a date, time certain, and that motion has to be voted on immediately. Now, you can debate that motion, but only as to the time and the place, not as to the validity of whether you should adjourn or not, because to whether you adjourn or not is not debatable. The time and place is debatable. And that's one of the little nuances that we'll talk about. So one way to bring a motion is simply to interrupt at the appropriate time. You cannot interrupt another speaker. That's not a motion where you can just blurt it out. But when there's a pause, you can interject the motion. You can do that. Is that the appropriate or proper way to do it? No. The appropriate or proper way to bring a motion before the body is to get it on the agenda. In other words, to go to whoever you've appointed to write the agenda, whether it's administration, whether it's the chair, whether it's some other member, is to go to them and say, at the next meeting, I would like to discuss. Because here's the problem of a government entity. You can make the motion, we can make a motion to change the name of the school from Oshkosh to Winnebago High School, okay? You could make that motion, and somebody can say, oh, excuse me, and you'd say, not excuse you, I made a motion. Is there a second? Somebody says, okay, I second it. Then it's subject to debate, and the first person under a motion to talk is the person that made the motion. And that person, if they can blurt it out fast enough, can say, I think we should do this because blah, 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 blah. And once that discussion is open, that's on the table. Now you can get rid of it, because then you can make a motion to end debate. Sometimes people call it, I call the question. I mean, it really isn't a motion to call the question. It's really a motion to, end debate. And what you're really saying is, I would like to terminate debate. A motion to terminate debate, again, is not a motion that can be discussed or debated. The chair must call for the vote, and it takes a 2/3 vote to end the debate. Now, there's other tools you can use to do that, but that's the process and the procedure you can follow. But let's talk about a normal motion. So on your agenda you have, I'm trying to find it. Let's say you're appointing a new custodian. I don't know you don't do that, but let's say it's on the agenda and you have a motion to appoint Santa Claus as your new custodian for the months of December and January. And that's your motion. And you write that motion out and you hand it to the chair. I'm going to tell you that one of the greatest things you can do to be efficient is to write your motions out. Because a written motion is handed to the chair has something to read. You have a transcribing secretary or recording secretary, a copy should be given to that person too. I sit through many, many governmental meetings where half the discussion is, now what did you say? How did you say it? Can you repeat that? If you write it down and you present it, and it's the 21st century, most of us are able to write something out in pretty good hurry, whether it's through our computers and it goes to the recording secretary. You should have a methodology where you can send it to the chair, you can send it to the recording secretary, so they have the motion. You should practice that. So, we're sitting in this room, somebody raises their hand. Oh, by the way, you can use other devices. You all have computers. You can also, in many school districts and other government are doing this, you can use your little hand raise. And the chair can see that little hand come up, and then you don't have to do notes. the chair you can set up a program so that you can be communicating through a chat with the chair saying, I want to talk, or I have a motion. The chair then can recognize that, and that's an efficient way of moving forward. The only thing you have to do is you have to make sure, because you're a public entity, that whatever you're communicating has to be recorded, because it's part of your official meeting records. But you can do that. Okay, so the motion is made.
Cool.
Yeah, anybody can interrupt me anytime. Otherwise, I keep talking really fast. Okay, so the motion is made, and the motion is made to approve Santa Claus as the new custodian for December and January. There has to be a second. No discussion can take place. A second does not have to be recognized. They can simply say, I second the motion. Now, I'm going to tell you something that really helps, is everybody shouldn't second the motion. I mean, you should really, when you want to make a motion, find somebody in the group that you know is going to second it, because you shouldn't be making motions you know that there's at least one person who supports you. It makes you look bad, it slows down the meeting. So if you're going to make a motion on Santa Claus, you should have Chris ready to second the motion, and then the motion is seconded. Now, this is key, and most organizations do not do this. That motion is not on the floor simply because it was made and seconded. It does not get on the floor until the chair of the meeting states the motion. This is important because it's what the chair says, not what the mover says, that is before the body. And so a chair will say, oftentimes this is, I understand that you've made a motion that the district should hire Santa Claus to serve as the custodian for the months of January or December and January. However, I have trouble with that motion because it seems to be indefinite and certain, or it's indefinite and not certain enough. Is there anything you would like to add? Now, the chair can do that. And before it is actually put on the floor, the mover can amend their own motion. And you say, oh yes, Mr. Chair, what I'd like to have it say is that Santa Claus would be the custodian at West High School, working from 8 to 5 Monday through, it doesn't have to be that explicit, but you understand what I'm trying to say? Is the role of a chair is to say, we're not going to be able to vote on this because it doesn't have enough structure. Because you know full well what's going to happen is the first person that's going to talk after the presenter is going to say, well, I like the idea of Santa Claus being here, but doesn't he have to have the 24th off? And in other words, don't open it up for little bitty discussion. Make sure that you've gotten that. That's one of the other reasons you want to write your motions out in advance, because then you can have it. And the second can also look at the motion and say, don't you think we should do this? Don't you think? So that you're prepared. Emotional motions we'll talk about in a minute, but these are the standard motions. So understand that until the presiding officer states the motion, it is not on the floor. What can happen before the presiding officer states the motion? Two things can happen. One, you can amend your own motion. But once the chair states the motion, you can't amend it anymore that way. I mean, automatic with the right. Number two is you can withdraw it. In other words, you can see, I make the motion, you look around at the room and the room's going, rolling their eyes. You just say, well, okay, I'm not going to win. I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'll withdraw my motion, And don't be afraid to do that. I mean, don't be afraid to read your room. I mean, a good person who's part of, and hopefully when you have your program on what a good board member does, one of the things you want to do is read your room. And don't do a walking quorum, by the way. Don't call everybody up before and say, how are you going to vote on this? It's too much work for our firm. We don't need that right now. The bottom line is, though, that you want to read the room. Okay, once the chair has made the statement, in other words, once he said, okay, we now have a motion on the floor that's been seconded that says that we're going to hire Santa Claus for the month of January and February, or excuse me, December and January. Oh, by the way, if they misstate the motion, you have the right to object, which means I raise to a point of privilege, and the chair has to recognize that. And he says, what is your privilege, Liz? And you say, well, you said January and February. I said December. And he said, I stand corrected. I correct. And it's good to do it that way. Don't let a motion come that's not what you made. Okay, once it's on the floor, it's open for debate. Debate always begins with the person that makes the motion. So if you turn to Liz and you say, is there anything you'd like to say? And she says, no, I think it speaks for itself. Bingo, then it's open to everybody. Second does not go next. Now, here's where you can have your own rules, and many organizations do this. They have rules that say we're going to go back and forth, and so you'll have the chair say, is there anybody else that's in favor of this motion? And Chris raises his hand and thinks I'm great. And then anybody else who's opposed to this motion? And Beth says, yeah, I'd like to, Again, you cannot talk until you're recognized by the chair. And a good chair strategically looks around the room and figures out who's going next and who's going. Now, the person that made the motion or that speaks first cannot speak again until everyone else has had a chance to speak. That's another rule of Robert's rules, is there's no blurting out or saying, Beth says, I think Santa Claus is a myth. He doesn't exist. Why can we possibly hire this person? And Liz is all upset, and she still wants to say, he is not. That's out of order. You cannot jump in. And that's the temptation, just like it was tonight when some of these people were speaking. You had a temptation that you wanted to discuss the topic with them in a dialogue, and you get the same thing when you're in a meeting. So somebody talks about it and says, well, I don't think it should be done because of such and such, and then you want to immediately come back in, well, but that's not really true. Don't do that. Keep a pad of paper or a computer if you're really good at it. Write down your points, because you don't know that somebody else isn't going to come around and correct that point before it comes back to you. The last thing that a chair should allow is one or two people to dominate a debate. And that's why Robert's rules say you should not allow someone to speak twice until everyone's had a chance to speak. That's under Robert's rules. The next thing you want to consider is if you want to stop the debate. In other words, there is one other motion that's really valuable, and that is the motion to postpone indefinitely. And a motion to postpone indefinitely is a motion to kill, it's a motion to kill debate on a topic. So, you know that you can't win. I mean, you've had some topics tonight, no matter what you do, you can't win. Why do you want to debate it? You've already made the decision. Why dig up, the graveyard again? So somebody says, I know this person's got an axe, but every vote we've had in the past has been, 5-1, and I'm sick and tired of, or there's 8 of you, so, 5-3 or whatever. And so you say, I'm done with it. And so you make it, I move that we postpone this indefinitely. That's a motion that's made. It can be made, but cannot interrupt the speaker, but it can be made. The motion to postpone indefinitely is a motion that has to be seconded, and it's not debatable. So bingo, you take a vote. Now it has to pass by 2/3. But a lot of times, somebody just has a thing they want to keep bringing up, and that's how you stop it. You just make a motion to postpone indefinitely. Once it's been moved to postpone indefinitely, it's done. Not this meeting, not next meeting, not 6 weeks from now, never. That issue is done. Now, you can rearrange the issue, but if you're basically the chair rules, that's the same motion we've had before, I'm going to rule that out of order. And if the chair knows that he's got 2/3 of the people in the room, they're going to support him, you're going to win on that. It's just a tool of parliamentary procedure you can use for your benefit. So what happens next? You get done with your debate. Somebody's getting bored, they can always raise to the privilege. In other words, I call the question or I raise to the privilege. The chair also has the right, because the chair is a member of the group. The chair can say, I don't see there's any more discussion, so I'm going to call the question, let's move to a vote. Again, if you want to stop the chair, you have to object to the chair. You have to move to object to the chair. And you can do that, and that requires a 2/3 vote to overrule the chair. Now, chairs don't like to get overruled all the time, but it's really a good chair moves the meeting along, and he reads his audience, and he knows when he's got the two or she's got the 2/3 vote that they need. Once the chair has called the question for the vote, debate ends, and it's voted on. There are basically three ways to vote in a public organization such as this. Number one is voice. There's nothing wrong with the voice vote. So all in favor say aye. And you're aye. And then all opposed say nay. Okay, so you know it's a unanimous vote. And somebody can say, well, I didn't hear Chris vote, but too bad, so sad. Because it doesn't matter. Once the chair says, I declare that it's passed, it's passed. End of story, next page. That's one vote. Second vote that you've talked about, you did it tonight. I'd like to have a roll call. Generally between the roll call, the voice vote of aye, is the division of the House. Division of the House, all in favor, raise their right hand. I mean, in a big body, it's all stand up. But in this body, it would be all raise their right hand. All opposed, raise their other hand, whatever you want to do. That's a division. That's perfectly okay, too. Now, you may want your recording secretary to note who all raised their right hand on the ayes and who on the nays, which may mean you want to go to a roll call vote. In government, you always want to take a roll call vote when it involves money. Anytime you're spending money, your policy, your procedure is you should have a roll call vote. You should go on record that I just voted to spend $1 million on that new football stadium, or whatever it might be. So that's the only suggestion that I would make, and it becomes important for a lot of other reasons that are beyond the topic today. Now, the second thing I want to talk about, okay, how do I amend a motion? Okay, once a motion is on the floor, it is open for amendment. Again, you cannot amend the motion unless the chair recognizes you. So the chair recognizes Stephanie and says, yes, what do you want? No, I mean, he says very politely, Stephanie, yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to amend to say that Santa Claus should only work the month of December. There's no discussion on that. He waits for the second. If the second comes, now you debate the amendment. You do not debate the main motion. You only debate December versus December and January. You don't debate whether Santa should be the person hired. You don't debate, whether it should be in the summer. You debate December versus January and December. Too many people on amendments want to debate the whole topic again. That is not proper when you have an amendment on the floor. You only debate the amendment. That's the only topic that should be there. Then you call for the vote. Then you either vote, and it's a majority vote, by the way, and we'll talk about what's the majority in a minute. But the bottom line is, at that point, if the motion passes, the new motion is the amended motion. That's now your main motion. The original motion is gone. So if you vote to get rid of January and it's just December, that's your motion that's on the floor. So that's back on the floor. Now that's subject to amendment. Now somebody says, well, can I amend the amendment? And people do this all the time. I would like to amend the motion to say that Santa Claus should only be doing it during the month of December, and that he shouldn't have to work the week of the 20th through the 23rd, and that he should go to more schools than West. Hold it. That's a multi-part amendment. The chair has the right to break that into pieces. He'll say, okay, first we're going to talk about whether there's an amendment to just have December. And I'm presuming there's been a second, by the way. If there's no second, we don't have to talk about anything, but there's been a second. And he said, then we're going to talk about the dates. Then we're going to talk about whatever I said my third thing was. The bottom line is that's the role of a chair, is to break a multi-part amendment into the respective parts. Now, what chairs often do is say, well, don't you want to restate that? That's not proper. Now, the chair can say, can you repeat yourself? I didn't quite get that. But generally, a good chair will say, well, that's a three-part motion, this part, this part, this part. Now, remember what I told you. Until the chair states that amendment, you as the maker have the absolute right to say, yeah, you're right, that makes no sense. I'd like to withdraw that amendment. Instead, I'd like to amend it to say. So in other words, the chair, by repeating what he thinks is or she thinks is messy, can give you the opportunity, and you do until the chair reads it out to the group and says, okay, the amendment before us today is that you can still decide that you want to clarify your own motion. Okay, so it's there. It's that's how you make an amendment. And again, you can amend. There's no limit on. Some people ask, is there a number of limits on amendments? No. Can the chair say enough's enough? Yes. Chair can always say that, and you can overrule the chair. You can say, no, we want to keep debating. Okay, fine. But a good chair will try to do that. I mean, the role of a chair is, one is to establish the decorum of the meeting, 2 is to maintain order, 3 is to recognize the members that are on the floor, 4 is what I've been talking about all the way along, and that's to restate motions and put them to votes. 5 is to, rule on legitimacy. He becomes a parliamentarian if you do not have one. And finally, the chair's role is always to expedite, move things along. That's what a good chair does. Beside the number 1, which is try to keep good decorum and presence in the room. Okay, I can keep going for hours on this, and I really think I've overstayed my time. Stephanie agrees wholeheartedly.
No, that's not what I was saying. I have a question for you, actually.
Yes, well.
You may.
Okay, yeah. So, I have a question because I hate trying to interrupt Bob or get his attention that I have a question. So what was that software that you were talking about that we could use?
You can put a software on that you can put a little hand or something, it'll pop up on his screen.
Okay.
And don't ask me about software. You must have IT people.
Okay.
We'll look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's a great idea because I always feel like I'm interrupting or trying to get his attention and then I'm not listening to what the other person's saying. So I love that.
Yeah, and there is a rule that is used in many organizations where when you want to interrupt the chair, you want to speak, you stand.
Oh.
You very politely stand, and then everybody in the room will start staring at you. But the chair will know that it's time to speak. Now, I don't see that.
I prefer a button.
Yeah, I'd rather have the button, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you that that is a rule that I've seen used by governmental entities, is the standing approach. Chairs in some organizations have a tendency to ignore certain people.
Okay.
Because they don't like them.
Okay.
And that's perfectly okay for the chair. But that's why you have the right to blurt out what I told you before is where you're going to challenge the chair. You object to the chair's, I object to you not recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. You have the right to blurt that out. That is what we call a right of privilege, okay? Now, privilege is something that can interrupt anyone anytime. That's where you say, I raise to a point of privilege, that's kind of the old English way of doing it. I need to go to the restroom right now. Okay, now that's not the one you're going to use, but people do that, okay? Or, it's getting awful warm in here. I was at a meeting 2 nights ago where the person said, I raised to a point of privilege, and the chair said, what is it? I think we've heard enough. And that's a perfectly logical statement to make. Then it's up to the chair to say, I agree with you, Representative Smith, we've heard enough. I'm going to cut you off when we're going to move on. And understand, other than your 3-minute rule, the chair has the absolute right to cut off any speaker, including one of you. But if he does, you have the right to object to him cutting you off, and then it goes to a vote.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't ever get to that point.
Let's hope we don't.
What else did you want me to cover? I mean, I can talk for weeks, so.
I do have one question. We have on our agenda a consent resolution, and actually it's pretty short this evening. It has one item with 3 subparts, but sometimes there might be 25 or 30 items on there. And we sometimes will have a board member who would like to waive the reading of the consent agenda. What would be the appropriate way to do that?
Well, first of all, you set your orders of the meeting, okay? If you list that as a consent agenda item, and if in your policies, you should have a policy on consent agendas, you should write it out, that says our policy on consent agendas, any item that's on the consent agenda will be presumed to have been read and reviewed by board members before they get to the meeting and will not be discussed at the meeting, will only be voted on, then it would take a motion of someone in the body saying, you know, I would like to have a special order. Nobody uses those old words, so I'm not going to use them either. I would like to remove item 6C from the consent agenda for discussion. That's proper. It is not proper to start discussing the consent agenda if your policy is that we're not. What's proper is to remove it from the consent agenda if you want to talk about it. The presumption is if your policy says that everybody reads the consent agenda before they get here, too bad, so sad. They better have read it because you're not going to go backwards. And a motion to remove from the consent agenda requires a majority vote. It's not automatic. Because somebody could say, oh, God, she's going to do that again. And so the vote could be 7-1. We're not removing it from the consent agenda. We're not going to listen to you complain about, you know, the use of yellow paint on the carpeting. You know, I mean, and sometimes you want that. Otherwise, you can get the person that's an obstructionist, and I'd like to remove items 7, 17, 41, 26 from the consent agenda for further discussion. And everybody else is looking at themselves going like, why didn't they talk to the administration before, you know? And you know what I'm talking about. And that's why putting it to a vote is important. Don't automatically take it off the consent agenda. Say, okay, we have a motion to remove items out from the consent, all in favor. And don't be afraid to vote no. No, I'm prepared. I'm going to vote no. I don't need to hear any more about, you know, the band being able to go to Paris. You know, I mean, I'm just making things up, but God, I hope I don't hit on something real.
My question, though, Steve, or Mr. Sorensen, was if we have a very long list of consent resolution items,
right,
and we don't want to burden the chair with reading every single one of those, is there?
There's no rule that says you have to read anything.
Okay.
As long as you publish them.
All right.
As long as the public has the ability to get a copy of those documents prior to the meeting. And if this were not a governmental, you wouldn't read anything. You could say to everybody read everything? Anybody have any questions on anything? Okay, can I have a motion to approve every item on the agenda? All in favor? Okay, we'll see you next week. You know, I mean, you could go that fast.
Okay.
I've watched some town boards go that fast. But the bottom line is you don't have to read every item. Now, what you're doing that for is for your public.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Right.
But the 21st century says that any public person that wants it can get it.
Mm-hmm.
And so those 3 people that didn't bother to come get it, you're slowing the whole meeting down for those 3 people. For what good purpose? I mean, what is going to be, they're not here anyway. Now, I notice that you don't have full agendas here. In other words, you refer to reports and things that aren't available here. You really, I don't like to say this, but you really should make sure that if somebody asked for the reports, you would have a copy they could have. Because if they look at the agenda and they see, oh, they're voting on that expanded contracts, I wonder what that means. I'd like to see a copy of those extended contracts as they're public records. You really should have that material available because they were in your packets, right? Yeah, so anything that you have, you should have available. You don't have to make up 42 copies of it, but if somebody asks for it, you should make it available. But the answer to your question from parliamentary procedure is no reason to read it.
Thank you.
Now, somebody could ask that have you read, and the chair could say no. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you to read the resolution. The chair says no. Well, then I'd like to call a vote requesting you to, okay, fine, we'll take a vote. All in favor of me having to read everything in the resolution, say aye. Because that's a question of privilege. Did that answer your question in a very long and involved way? Yeah.
Well,
I get paid by the hour, you know, so, you know.
I like reading them sometimes because it gives us an idea too of what we're voting on when you hear it again and you double check and everything. But for those long ones, when we have 25 policy changes and reading all the numbers, policy change, this, and this, that would be something I would vote to skip. So, my 2 cents.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you something from Robert's rules that's really important. you're not supposed to introduce new topics.
No.
So you should be, all that material should have been discussed before you should only be asking, saying, I don't like this resolution, this is terrible, this is wrong. I mean, the questions really should be asked in advance. But it's not going to be, so. You can ask, definitely, Stephanie, you can ask them to read everything. I mean,
Well, I think it's important to be transparent on what we're voting for mostly.
transparency is based on what I was saying before, making it available to the public and to all your board members in advance. I mean, now, some organizations hand out the agenda to their members as they're walking in the door. That's not transparency. Then you better start reading it. But I don't know when you get your packets, but
Friday before.
Yeah.
5 days in advance.
yeah, so if you've got it that far in advance, you should be able to read it, you should be able to, and if it isn't, you ought to change your time period so that it's 6 days or 7 days or whatever. I mean, I know he'll talk about this, the duties of a board, and one of the duties of the board is to become prepared and ask questions. Okay, any other thing you want to go over? There's all kinds of special things I can talk about. Tricks of the trade, but I know it's getting late, so.
Can I ask a question? So you had mentioned having the printout copies of the staff reports. They are also available to staff online. You mentioned that till 21st century people can gain access to it. You still recommend that?
No, all I'm saying is if somebody asks for it, comes to the meeting and says, I don't have a computer, I don't have availability,
Okay.
you ought to have the ability to print and hand them one.
Agreed. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
I wouldn't, as I just said, I would not print 42 I know cities that do that.
Yeah.
They print big packets like that and then they throw them away after the meeting.
No.
And I've, served in multiple capacities in the community, and all I've ever seen is agendas, just the agenda pages being available to the public.
And all I'm saying is make sure that if somebody asks for that report, you can get them a copy of it.
Okay,
Because they have a right to see it.
sure. I don't think any of us disagree with that,
Yeah.
sentiment, so.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to, but, yeah,
Is
I'm
there-
killing that topic.
Is there any other questions at this point that the board would like to ask to be answered? So, Dr. Herzog, I think when you and I were talking about this, is that we kind of wanted this to kind of be a primer into Robert's Rules of Order, and to potentially invite Attorney Sorensen back in the future to give us another high level, quick kind of tutorial about Robert's Rules of Order. So I guess I would ask that if that's something that that the board would like to continue at a future date.
I would like to do the presentations when we have a lighter agenda.
Okay.
Because when we get way later into a meeting, I think we all tend to lose focus
Sure.
a little bit.
Sometimes we don't have control over
For sure,
the
for
times,
sure. But if we
how
can
the meetings
balance
go.
it and be more efficient, I'd like that.
The only thing that I would ask is if questions ever pop up, write them down, send them to the administrator. I mean, honestly, I can say this with all sincerity. You ask a question about Robert's Rules, I'll send an answer back, and you won't see a bill on that. Now, if you ask me to write a 3-page dissertation, you might get it, but, I don't mind helping out, because, we do things for the school district, not that.
Wonderful. So
I would just really rather, answer your questions directly than try to guess what you want to know.
That's fine too, so.
So I'll come back, because the things you really should look at that you'll find out that'll be real problems are motions to reconsider, who can bring those motions, and those are the kind of things, but those are very intricate. I really would recommend, though.
Can you provide,
You can
provide the name of the book?
Yeah, I'll just let.
That's Garfield Jones, right? Which one?
Yeah.
You recommend Garfield Jones before 11th edition?
Yeah.
I'd written it down.
Yeah, it's there's lots and lots of, and I've been teaching this since before some of you were born.
Doubtful.
Yeah. My first time I taught this was 1972 at Badger Boys State. I taught parliamentary law, so I was just a kid, 3-4 years old. But the bottom line is that parliamentary law is really a very subject group orientated. Every group has a little bit of differences, and you have the minutia of government that overlies you, that a lot of Robert's rules on expediency don't apply because you have to be transparent and public, so. Okay?
Yeah, thank you for
Thank
your
you very
for your
much.
presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hopefully it's not about Robert's rules. That's right.
All right, so next workshop is strategic plan goal number 2, priority 1 update. Will be led by Dr. Gunlock and Bray Associates.
All righty, thank you all. I know it's kind of running late, but I'll get past my piece so you can see the really good stuff that Bray has to show us tonight. This is our monthly strategic plan presentation. You guys can come to the table, that's fine. I know she's going to set up over there because they have to show you some things from their computers, but we're going to talk a little bit about this area of the strategic plan. It's specifically under operational efficiency, so it's goal 2. We've talked about this in terms of the plan duration and design before, but we just want everyone to realize that, we track this stuff very seriously, not only what components are being completed, but also the key performance indicators, or what we are referring to as observable impact. So we're going to take a look at that here today. Specifically, this is goal 2P1. Goal 2 is operational efficiency. Priority 1 is maximize efficiency of facilities. You can see there we're about 21% of the way through that. There's a reason for that, because it's not just phase 1, it's also phase 2. And while we've had tremendous success with phase 1 already, obviously phase 2 is a little bit off yet. So here's the, sort of the major accomplishments here. We conducted the facilities study. That was done prior to the strategic plan. Bray assisted us with that. We created and worked with our facility advisory committee to develop board recommendations. We approved phases 1 through 4 of the long-range consolidation plan. We'll talk just briefly about that before we give it over to the folks at Bray. We surveyed the community on the FAC work, and we gained board approval for funding for phase 1, which was the referendum. We planned and conducted the capital referendum campaign for the following: safety, security, and infrastructure, if you'll remember, new middle and elementary schools, and we obtained approval from the Oshkosh community via the capital referendum. So those are sort of the major accomplishments in this goal. So here's the sort of observable impact. First off, our consolidation plan, and like I said, I'm going to zing through this quick because you've all seen this several times, but the board created the Facility Advisory Committee to give them some recommendations, and that committee was a very representative group, and they looked at all different options because we were starting, I know it's hard to believe, but we were starting from zero. We knew we had a facilities plan, but there were a lot of ways we could do this, and if you'll remember the presentations, we started with phase 1, focusing in on the existing Merrill site, largely due to the high cost of upgrading and renovating that site. So we all know that. But it was a really solid process. And then what we ended up doing, and through several board meetings, is we came up with this particular option, Plan B, that goes through a consolidation plan over a span of 4 phases, and we are currently sitting inside the first phase. So let's take a look at how that looks. So this is the writing of phase 1, but I'd rather sort of let an image do the work for me. So right now, as part of phase 1, we have 5 schools on 3 different sites, and they're all shown right there. What is going to happen, and what we're in the process of doing right now, is we're going to be building the new middle school, and that plan, is you're going to see, has been updated significantly. So we're going to build the new middle school. We're going to move the students from Merrill Middle and Webster Middle into that new facility. Then what we're going to do is move the Webster Elementary students out of their facility, so it will be empty, and they will go to the old Merrill, and we'll do that for a year. Then what's going to happen is the new elementary is going to get built on the Webster site, and once that is complete, the Washington students, the Webster Elementary students, and the existing Merrill Elementary students will all attend that school. And so then we will have 2 schools on 2 sites. So that is phase 1. That is what we're living in right now. Phase 2 would be focused on South Park Middle School, just like Merrill Middle School, sort of the cornerstone of what we're doing in Phase 1. South Park would be in Phase 2, and it would focus on the West Side elementary schools as well, with a closure of Roosevelt and Shapiro and Tipler. Some of those facilities would get repurposed. So while they may not be used as they are today, we would most likely be repurposing some of those facilities. So that is Phase 2. As we said originally, Phase 1 is really crystal clear. We know exactly what we're doing there. Phase 2, a little fuzzier, because it's going to be a little farther off. Same thing with Phases 3 and 4. Phase 3 would be Oshkosh West High School renovation or replacement, and Phase 4 would be North High School renovation or replacement. So that is sort of the 4-phase plan that we have. As far as our observable impact, capital referendum, obviously we had our safety and security component, the infrastructure component, you'll hear about some of these today, the new middle school, the new elementary school, which is part of Phase 1, and we were fortunate enough to have pretty solid community support on that, a solid yes vote, and we're proceeding down that path. So, as far as an update, I will turn it over to the folks at Bray to show you what we got for you today.
All right, thank you, Dave, and board, it's great to be here with you. I was trying to think the last time we were here, and I believe it was last July, I believe. For those of you new board members, I'm Clint Selly with Bray Architects, and then Maria Welch is manning the computer back there. So again, very pleased to be with you to present an update, and I guess because I haven't had a chance, congratulations to the district, and thank you to the community for supporting this project. With that, again, we're going to kind of go through a general update. We're kind of showing a nice image here that we'll get to a little bit later, but we wanted to kind of give an update to the group where we've been since November. I guess I have the control here. Again, introduction of myself and Maria. We obviously have a large team working with us, additional members at Bray, as well as our engineering partners. Just wanted to acknowledge the district team that we've been working with. We kind of have two different tracks of project scheduling going on. We've been working obviously on the new middle school and then the secure entry projects that will be happening this summer. So we actually have meetings every Thursday, but we sort of alternate what our topics are. Our big group that we meet again every 2 weeks is this team here. Again, administrative representation, as well as the principals at the 5 buildings that Dave mentioned. Just kind of want to point out again, while we are not discussing the elementary projects at this time, Christy, Tina, and Beth have been part of our discussions. We think it's really critical. I think it's been really valuable to have them listening in. They've provided a ton of feedback and input as we've gone through, and I think it'll only help us as we do get into the elementary to kind of have a lot of that dialogue that we've had during this project, again, carry through to the elementary buildings. Again, this is our team, so quite a few members that are contributing on the projects. Just really quickly wanted to touch in on the schedule. That doesn't show up on the screen. The diagram on the right should look a little bit familiar from our referenda and lead up, but is basically the overall project schedule. Again, we just bid the 2021 work. Very thankful for the numbers we saw there. Anybody following, well, just the general state of commodities in general, it's a bit of a tenuous time. We didn't have a lot of steel on the project. We didn't have a lot of copper on the project. We didn't have a lot of wood or plywood on the project. A couple of those items, I think we dodged some of those inflation elements, but really happy with the successful bid there. Then we've just now started to kick off then the design for the 2022 summer projects. Again, we push those projects off because in general they have more addition renovation work. They're just more intensive projects. So we needed a little bit longer lead time in the design for those. So those will bid out kind of in that January, February timeframe. Again, obviously been in the midst of the middle school project. You see some of the benchmarks on the right-hand side. Our goal is to get the drawings for that completed in November to bid kind of in the November, December timeframe. Really quickly, just wanted to sort of take you through again. We've been working really hard on all of these projects and recognizing that the secure entry projects, while not as glamorous as some of the new buildings, are going to have a significant impact. So again, just wanted to kind of quickly take you through each of these projects. Carl Traeger, again, addressing safety security at both of the elementary and middle school entrances. The rendering on the right is kind of the general feel or look that we are going to carry through on both of those office projects. I should say, again, with many of these, while we talk about secure entry, there are some other instances of things we're trying to do to improve security in the buildings. We're adding what we call compartmentalization doors within the buildings to try to allow the building to be segmented if there was some type of an issue. So again, while we do reference secure entry, there are some other items included within this project to improve the safety security within these buildings. Emmeline Cook, again, this is a pretty significant remodel and reconfiguration of that front office area. And again, kind of a view standing in the new reception area that we will have there. Franklin, this one's a little bit unique in a couple different ways. Number one, the desk that you see there is actually, we're reusing a desk that was built and installed in that building rather recently, so we kind of tailored some of the design around reusing that. So again, trying to make best use of taxpayer money. This was also a project where we saw some scope creep as we went into it. That staff work lounge area was initially not kind of included in some of our budgeting for the referendum. So again, as we define the scopes of these, we actually bid that out as an alternate bid. And again, with the bids coming in well, we were able to include that scope within the overall project. So kind of a nice story there in terms of getting a little bit more. Lakeside then, this was probably one of the smaller projects. Again, creation of the vestibule, reconfiguring health and creating a new handicap accessible toilet there. And then we did redo the reception desk at this location as well. South Park, again, reconfiguration of things. For those of you familiar with that building, the vault was something that kind of evolved as we went through this project. So we are removing that vault to make sure that that office area has some space for students and visitors to kind of move around within that. Again, this should be a really nice improvement overall for the accessibility and openness of that office area. So any questions there? Again, yes?
So all of these new entrances are right near the door, right?
Correct.
So that we can, for security purposes, okay.
So as an example, I'll kind of just put, the general consensus is the doors are kind of locked down here so people can come in and then have to be buzzed into the office before they're allowed into the rest of the school.
Perfect, thank you.
For those of you that have been to Oak Lawn, it's kind of the same concept as Oak Lawn. So with that, I'm going to transfer over to Maria to kind of talk about the new middle school.
Yeah, so our team's really excited to present the progress on the new middle school today, especially knowing that this is the first time that you as the board are going to see it. So we'll just briefly sort of reorient you to where the new middle school site will be located. This diagram represents both the macro level map as well as a more micro scale map. So you can see here in the bright blue, that is where the new middle school site will be located in adjacency to UWO in downtown Oshkosh. And then in this map up at the top here, you can see that same middle school site. And then we also decided to highlight the existing Merrill site, the existing Webster site, And then as you look at this in this form, you start to really see how dense the residential neighborhood is around us. And that will come into play as we move along.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
No. I know. Oh, thank you. Clint, are you moving the mouse?
I am not.
You know what, I clicked on here, I'm wondering if.
Okay. Technology, right? All right, I'm gonna try this again. All right, so now we should be seeing a closer up version of our site. So just to orient you again, what you're seeing here down by the soccer field is where the existing Merrill facility exists. So we're tentatively showing that as green space, knowing that there will be further dialogue at the district level about that. The site for the new middle school has presented both challenges and opportunities. So if you can imagine the Jackson Fields site across the street from the existing Merrill is where the new building will exist, which is represented by these colored blocks here. In the dashed white lines, you can see the property line. So we have this sort of long, skinny site running north-south. And with some of these existing residences here, our site really ends up being sort of a key shape. And some of the important considerations when it comes to the site design is obviously one, student and pedestrian safety as they move through the site, site connectivity to purposeful and sort of rightfully placed entry points to the building, which we'll talk about when we move to the floor plan, and then again, sensitivity to the neighborhood around us. So again, just digging in a little bit deeper here, this long, skinny gray area is the visitor staff parking. We have some public amenities at the south of the building. We have the main front entry located here, adjacent to main office administration, a shared cafeteria, and then core academic functions. We do have student plaza and community plaza entry points at each of the entrances. And then we are slated for some of our pickup drop-off for supplies to be on the west side of the site. And due to the site being located in this dense residential neighborhood, we need to be very strategic about where some of these functions happen from a safety and security standpoint, as well as access to this potential future green space. So that's why you're seeing some of these functions happen where they do. We're also working with the city as it comes to the site plan to make sure that we're fulfilling all of their requirements while also maintaining the vision of the district too. So here's just a closer version of that so you can get a better sense of what program we're looking at, and then a better view of some of those drive aisles, plazas, and entry points.
Maria, do you just want to talk through buses and parent drop-off locations?
Certainly. For some reason I can't go back, so. So to Clint's point and what I stated earlier, there are sort of 3 points into the building. There will be a drop-off loop on the east side on Kentucky Street. That would be for quick kind of drop-off, pickup, dropping off a lunch perhaps that a student forgot at home, that sort of thing. They'd come through the secure entry. We're also planning for bus drop-off to happen at the north side of the project up on Nevada Street, assuming that kids would then enter on that north side through a secure access point and then be released into the school as the school permits and however their logistics work. And then again, we have that events entry down at the south that would be connected to the visitor and staff parking. And this would be something that would serve the gymnasium as well as some of the music program.
after school or in the evening. So again, those sort of 3 different points of access for, I guess I'll say public or community use, and then the additional 4th for receiving supplies. So I think when I get to the floor plan in a slide or 2, it'll make a little bit more sense. But we did want to include this slide as well because, again, our design team is trying to be as sensitive as possible to the single-family residences in the neighborhood. So this diagram represents how the volumes of the new facility will work its way into the site. So you can see by having that key-shaped site, it breaks up the building nicely so that it feels a little bit more human scale for those residences around us.
Can I ask one
Certainly.
question?
Yep.
Thank you. I think it relates to Jackson Street and that receiving area that's on there. Is that just going to be a receiving area for deliveries to come in? Because there's that kind of loop in there that exists, and so I'm just trying to picture the navigation of semis or larger trucks dropping off materials and looping around on a very busy street as well.
Sure, and that's one of the concerns that the city has as well that we're working with. So we're working with the city as well as our consultant, our civil engineer, to work through how that actually works. Another thing that we've been asked to study, or not we, but the district team has been asked to study, is the traffic study along Jackson Street, knowing that that is a concern. But the way that this is drawn looks a little bit intimidating in site plan, but the goal would be that a delivery would come into the paved area and then either pull alongside the building as necessary or back into the loading door here and then come out. So it would be a fairly controlled environment, and you'll see that in some of our 3D views as well when we get to them.
So they're backing up in that paved area.
Correct.
They're not backing up from the street.
Correct. So
There's enough space there for them to navigate.
Correct. So if you see my mouse here, again, they would come into the drive, up, so you see this dashed truck here, and then they'd be able to swing back this way in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. We want all movements, the maneuvering to be off of the street.
Sure. My next question is, City of Oshkosh just studied the Jackson corridor. I mean, there's lots of information and data that exists out there, and I know that sometimes the discussion of the school, because the school wasn't ready or made it at that time that study was being going on, that there wasn't enough data there. But I guess what type of new data are we looking for now?
So a traffic impact analysis was done by the city. However, what they're asking us or requiring us to do is very specific to the project. So they're looking at the anticipated movement of vehicles as it relates specifically to this project.
Okay.
So the previous work that they looked at was kind of my understanding anyway. I haven't seen it, but it's generally probably an assessment of what's there currently. So this traffic impact analysis is very specific to what we're doing and looking at this as it will be constructed. I'll say it's not unusual for cities or municipalities to request this as part of the evaluation.
Sure. Yeah, and the data that they just collected was more of a way to reconfigure how traffic flows mainly on Jackson. So, and this actually supports that reconfiguration that they've done. So.
Right, and our goal in taking a look at this will be to utilize any data that they, such number of car counts and so on and so forth that they had from the previous one. So hopefully we can use some of that data so we don't have to repeat it and pay to do it a second time.
I have a question.
Hold on.
Okay,
please.
sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Carnes?
I see on one of the maps it has traffic going
that direction on Kentucky, but currently it goes the other way. Is there talk with the city to change the direction of those roads? Are they gonna get rid of the one-ways completely, or?
Yeah, so those two streets on the two sides of the current Merrill would actually flip.
Okay.
Because along Kentucky, we want that to be part of the parent drop-off, so we want parents, the cars, the passenger sides to be towards the school.
Okay.
So yes, both of those roads would actually change orientation.
Okay.
Or that's the goal, I should say.
Yeah, and that's something that is, something that we're just going to continue to communicate with the city. It's something that's just in the works.
This is Carolyn, I think you had a question.
Oh, yes. I pulled up Google Earth so I could get a better idea of where it's going to be. What street did you say the bus drop-off will be?
So the bus drop-off will occur on Nevada Street.
Nevada, okay. All right, that makes sense.
And we're still working with some of these, working through some of these details, but there would essentially be a curb cutout so that buses could come along, so if you see my mouse, along and then into a sort of curb cut, a line here, and then pull out.
So it's Nevada and then New York on the other side?
No.
So this
No.
is Kentucky on the
Kentucky.
east, Jackson on the west, and Nevada at the north.
Got it, thank you.
It would
Not a
actually,
problem.
excuse me, it would actually be West Nevada,
Sorry, west Nevada.
not to be confused with East.
We have a question for Mr. Wright.
Maybe I should know this already, maybe not. I'm not sure, but I've gotten this question a whole bunch of times. In the big music area there, is there an auditorium or a place for performances to be held?
Yes, so that is a question that we have received from the music staff as well as community members, and that's something that us as an architectural design team has been in contact with district leadership regarding that question. And as you see when we get to the floor plans here, we're not currently showing a traditional performing arts center as you would imagine it, but we are considering how those functions work in the existing facilities to see how we can incorporate some of those into the new facility, and then there's another plan in the works for some of those other items.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You'll also have noticed our next workshop will have some information along that front as well. That'll be kind of linked too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the site plan before we move on? All right. And I apologize, some of these images are very large files, so there's just a little bit of a lag sometimes when I change. All right, so the building itself will be 3 floors, so you can see that outlined here, first floor, second floor, third floor. And the floor plan itself is essentially made up of 2 segments. So as I kind of teased during the site plan review, there are more public amenities down at the south, and then some of our administration, commons, and academic functions at the north, and they're joined by a connective link. You can see that repeating itself on the second floor, and then the third floor really remains as just core academic. And we'll run through each floor plan briefly to give you a better sense of the programmatic elements that are included in the project. So here you're looking at the first floor alone. So as we were just talking about the secure entry projects, there will be a very similar solution implemented at the middle school. So if you see this little beige box here, where my mouse is, that is the secure entry point for the middle school. So again, a visitor will come in to the secure entry and then be released into the main office, and then depending on what they're there for, they'll then be released into the school, into the office, or back out. So again, you can see the key down at the bottom to kind of help you get your bearings, but the bright blue color again makes up the administration and main office functions. There's also a community room as part of that. This large beige area here is a double height commons cafeteria space with a sort of platform area that would serve not only to provide more varied seating for students during lunch or what have you, but could potentially serve some of those other performance aspects. In the dark blue here, that's a lot of our support functions. So if you remember when we were just talking about receiving, that drive is just to the west here. So this is receiving storage kitchen. In the bright green, there's STEAM as well as some of the FCS. And then this sort of jagged shape up at the north here in the mint green color, that is our core academic level that stacks on top of each other, first, second, and third floor. First floor being 6th grade, second floor being 7th grade, and third floor being 8th grade. And then as I mentioned, there's that connective link that will be this nice glassy element that brings you from the Commons cafeteria into what we've been terming the events lobby, which is another sort of gracious lobby space that connects the 3-station gym, a fitness room, and then the music education function. So there's a band room, a choir room, an orchestra room, and then a flex classroom, as well as all of their support spaces. So on the second floor then, again, we have that repeated core academic neighborhood up at the north. This would be the 7th grade neighborhood. In the bright green here, we have our art program. And you'll notice this X in the center of the plan. That represents the fact that that common space is a double height volume, so it's a taller space with the program wrapping around it. And you'll see that in some of our 3D views. And then this sort of L-shaped, U-shaped horseshoe at the bottom consists of a lot of special education functions, as well as some small group instruction rooms, a maker space, and then everything is really truly anchored by the media center library, which you'll see that as well. And then similarly on the second floor, there is some program for the athletic functions or the Phi-Ed functions, that being a walking track that could be used by really anyone within the education aspect of the project, but also community members. There would then be some fitness areas on the second floor as well that would serve that track. So just to clarify, there are elevators as well, but you cannot get from this portion of the second floor to this portion of the second floor. That kind of lives, they live separately. And then the third floor here, this would be the 8th grade level. And as I mentioned, the third floor really just consists of this core academic space, which includes 12 classrooms that are your sort of standard 900 square foot spaces, and then 2 science classrooms, a teacher prep area, lockers, and all of the support functions, in addition to a collaboration area, which is something that you don't normally see in historic facilities, but something that we're really working to curate here.
And just to quickly, again, kind of remind you back to all the slides Dave showed earlier. Again, each of these academic levels, again, the goal was to kind of create 2, houses or neighborhoods, however you want to term it. But again, trying to create sort of smaller communities within the larger overall building concept.
Yeah, and that's something that we've heard repeatedly from the core planning team, as well as some of the educator user groups, is that in some of the current facilities, it feels very overwhelming for kids to navigate. So by creating this plan that's very simple and segmented in this way, and large enough to house them all, obviously, that it will be much easier for them to move from class to class, day to day. So that is a major goal as well. So that brings us to sort of our overarching concept here as we start to move from little boxes on a floor plan into actual architecture. And our team is really passionate about designing buildings that are unique and completely tailored to each school facility, each school community. So for the new Oshkosh Middle School, which we don't have a name for yet, the concept of unity seemed perfect for that guiding principle. Obviously, we're going to have the literal unification of the students from both Webster, Stanley, and Merrill, but there's also this sort of dichotomy or unification of new and old as we refer to historic facilities and forward-thinking approaches. And then unification of program. As I mentioned, you don't see a lot of collaboration areas in historic facilities. We want to create collaboration and inclusion-focused design. So what does unity look like? Or in other words, how does this idea of unity start to inform architecture? And this is super abstract. and we realized that, but we were starting to think about how we can graphically or architecturally start to represent the literal idea of unity. And you'll see some of these concepts starting to work their way into the design with some of our preliminary images. So when it comes to the exterior design then, there are a few questions that seem appropriate when it comes to context and unity. So we've mentioned it a few times, but being that this neighborhood is accustomed to having a school with historic character, we want to be sensitive to that with the new design and the new facility. So some of the questions we asked ourselves during the early stages of design were, how do we take cues from historic architecture and implement them in a contemporary way? How do we weave old and new together? And then how does this parity inform the unifying identity of the new middle school? So what we actually did was, there were a few of us from our design team that came up to the city of Oshkosh and took a drive, and there are many historical buildings in the city that have very similar architectural historic elements. And so what we did was start to study that and extrapolate what those elements were. As you can see in the middle, vertical accents, masonry detailing, horizontal datums, and regimented windows. How are they traditionally designed in historic facilities, but how could we implement them in a more contemporary way? So again, being sensitive to what's there, but pushing for the future. And then again, as I mentioned, how does this school, how does this architecture become uniquely New Oshkosh Middle School, again, for lack of a better name for now. So you'll see things like a unifying architectural element, balancing more traditional masonry volumes with more contemporary glassy components, and then a woven layered facade design. As far as the materiality, this is still rather preliminary, but again, we want to bring in the sort of timelessness and sophistication of materials that you do see in historic facilities, like brick, like stone, like dark colors, like copper. And so with that, that's probably a good transition into the most exciting portion of the exterior design. And what you're seeing here is essentially a tour guide diagram for the way that we are actually going to literally walk around the building. First, we will look at some renderings, so still images of what the building will look like, and that's represented by the stars in this image. So we'll essentially make 5 pit stops, and then we'll go into our tour. So you probably recognize some of these elements from the opening slide, as well as my little sketch on one of the slides, but here you really start to see that unifying element drawing people into that main entry. It's anchored by a pedestrian plaza, as we highlighted during the site conversation. This is actually the library with all of this glass looking out into the neighborhood, and it's really floating on top of the administrative functions. This volume comprising of stone, metal panel. You start to see the music volume popping over on the side here with that brick, the vertical language, the stone, and then what you see to the right here is the core academic neighborhood. And we're essentially on the east side of the site in that drop-off area. This next image, we're actually standing at the north, so you can see a little peek of the buses here as we talked about that during the site plan. And speaking to the sensitivity to the neighborhood again, this sort of jagged plan that I talked about really allows for, again, a sense of a more human scale. So each one of these masonry volumes identifies a classroom, and each one of these glassy components, which there's 2, are the collaboration areas that comprise the neighborhood, like we said. And then again, that sort of pedestrian student plaza for when kids get off of the bus and come into the facility. And again, you can start to see some of those historical cues in the architecture. And it's a little bit hard to see on the screen here, but we're looking to do some really interesting masonry detailing. So now we've actually just come from over here. We've walked along the north side of the building, and we're standing on Jackson Street looking south. So again, we're looking at the core academic classrooms. Each bay, again, representing a classroom, so 1, 2, 3, 4, with the stair here. The volume you're seeing here is that special education and STEAM horseshoe I talked about. And as you can see, with some of the concerns that have been voiced with access, there is a plan for fencing and gates to really help control that access point for receiving. And then from another safety and security perspective, we're looking to do quite a bit of landscaping, again, to deter people from moving through the site unnecessarily. And I hope as you see some of these images, and after we've reviewed the site plan, there really is no backside to this building, which gives us as a design team a really great opportunity to have a highly designed facade at every facade. Here we're again standing on Jackson Street looking towards the gym. So this is the gym here. These are some of the gym functions and the fitness room beyond. So we're looking northwest. And then again, implementation of landscaping.
Looking northeast.
Sorry, northeast.
From Jackson?
On Jackson, yep. So again, you can see the stone, the metal panel, the vertical elements, the horizontal datums, really creating a continuity and unification across the design. And then again, another unifying element on the south side. So we're standing now at sort of the mouth of the visitor staff parking, looking towards that event entry that I mentioned, and the fitness center here. And so with that, and as I walk, feel free to jump in with questions. We're going to walk around the building. This software is something we've been using for a few years now. And as I mentioned, it allows us to kind of feel like you're playing a video game. And where our view camera is actually where the human eye would be. So you're experiencing this as you would in actuality. So we're walking along the office. Here you get a peek at that masonry detailing that I was referencing, kind of coming off the windows there and that sort of woven language. Again, tying back to some of those abstract graphics, concepts of unity that I talked about. We did also take the effort and time to model the neighborhood around our building, again, to really help with the understanding of how our building sits.
Those cars did not see the wet cement sign, obviously.
Apparently not. Again, each bay represents a classroom here. So we're walking north, about to turn to the west. There's the buses. That's that view that we were looking at. Again, really breaking up the scale of the building by pushing it in and out the way we did. Here you're actually looking at the science rooms and then the plaza. Hopefully kids wouldn't be walking on the grass like this, tramping on all the plants like I'm about to, apparently. I'm just going to speed up a little bit. So we definitely wanted to make sure that we took the time to present this elevation, again, knowing that when you look at this in site plan, it does look a little bit intimidating, knowing that Jackson Street is the main corridor that really connects the entirety of the city when you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, classrooms here. The intent, again, would be that this is fenced and gated. But we can go in, I suppose. It's open. So again, to our left would be tech and engineering on the first floor and special education on the second floor.
That is the residence that sort of exists between the gym then and the academic wing of the building.
You know, future thinking though, you know, with that house potentially not being there anymore, we wanted to be conscious of the presence on Jackson Street, again, like I mentioned. So this would at some point potentially become green space or playground space. We were very careful to design this secondary entry from the Jackson Street side to feel more public. Again, being very conscious of the fact that we do not want this to feel like the back of the building, because it's not. So now we're trespassing, or almost trespassing. That's okay. We're walking along the gym now.
Question, are we putting up that fence or is that their fence?
It's hard. We'll do it.
We
So-
would likely provide a new fence as part of the project. We'll have to kind of work with the homeowner, but
Okay.
our assumption at this point is providing a new fence.
There is already a fence around that property,
Yeah,
which is
there
our
is.
fence.
Oh, all right.
Whoop, stuck in a tree. So kind of the other
That's so cool.
angle of the gym as we come around the corner. We have a lot of really nice opportunities for the gym. We're showing quite a bit of natural light, although these windows maybe look thin in comparison to some of the others. They're actually quite large.
So you'd mentioned that the gym would have like a community use or community access point. Is that, I'm guessing, through the rec department that we would have programs up on the track or in the gym? Are there other ideas? I don't know. I was just curious about that. Yeah. That, I think, is a great benefit for that neighborhood. I think that,
Oh, yeah,
I really
for
liked
sure.
that. So, good plan.
And that's something that we see fairly often for both middle schools and high schools, where there is a sort of state-of-the-art fitness facility that it is available to the community in a controlled, secure way, of course. And so there's
I think
different ways to do
The other
that.
part of that too is we're creating it that it can have the community ability to it, whether or not you do it or whether or not you do it day one, that opportunity always exists. And we did mention, we did do some tours, so there was a nice example that we saw in a community in Edgerton, just south of Madison, that had, again, it's a very understated entry, but it was there, it was available, and it's worked really well for that community.
So we'll just kind of highlight our last stop on this tour. Again, this being the entry into that events lobby. So this would essentially be where Grandma and Grandpa park for Johnny's basketball game, would come into these doors here, into that events lobby, and then into the gym. So again, using the architecture to highlight that entry. And as I mentioned, we're still working through a lot of the details of our site design when it comes to landscaping, lighting, but we have a lot of really great opportunities for that. And then I'll show this angle here just because we haven't seen it. This is the music elevation.
Oh, that's so nice.
So this is the southeastern corner.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
Any questions while I'm kind of scooting back?
So I know the answer to this question is yes.
Okay.
Because I helped with Oak Lawn and you guys are so thorough. But I always joke that I want to talk to the school board that approved the West High School ranch-style California courtyard, single room, single pane window school, and ask them what they were thinking. And so I'm assuming we have, energy efficiencies everywhere, light or windows that are
Yep,
appropriate
absolutely.
for Wisconsin and all that kind of stuff.
Yep,
Okay.
definitely. Yeah, and I think although courtyards are great, they're not as great in Wisconsin. So I think we have some better opportunities actually for this project.
Yeah, and it was also single story.
Right.
Sprawling ranch. Yeah.
Well, we have some other things we'd like to get through, so if we're okay, I will kind of exit out of this and keep going. We will do 2 more quick tours. I promise they'll be quicker than this one. So similar to the exterior design, again, we wanted to be sure that what we were starting to design for the interior architecture was reflective of the architectural identity of the new middle school. So some thought starter questions again. How can the interior architecture celebrate the student identity and experience? How can the unifying language of the architecture create wayfinding opportunities? And where are there opportunities to highlight the past of each existing facility? So again, coming back to those abstract diagrams, we're starting to look at how some of those unity elements when it comes to architecture can start to enhance the identity of each neighborhood. To Clint's point earlier, we are hoping that we can provide and help design a culture for each neighborhood. So what does that mean? We're not quite sure yet. We're still in the early phases of this design, but again, using the overarching concept of unity to help us make those decisions. And then when it comes to, again, celebrating the past, honoring the future, and really stitching the communities together, we did a tour of some of the existing facilities, and we started to identify building materials from both Webster Stanley and Merrill that we thought would work well in the new building. And we found some original wood flooring in both of the schools that we thought we could stitch together in some sort of way, as whether it be a wall treatment, a ceiling treatment, what have you. So again, sort of a quick tour here. We want to take you through the Commons cafeteria space. We have 3 pit stops that we'll start with, and then we'll walk through. I just want to note that the walkthrough for the interior spaces don't have the full finished quality because we haven't selected all of the materiality quite yet. So it'll be kind of a black and white cartoony mode, but it'll give you a sense for how the architecture is starting to develop.
And Maria, just maybe pause one more quick point here. Again, I know we talked a little bit about like an auditorium or performance type space, and we just kind of, one of our goals was for that commons to really be a flexible space and potentially function as that performance space. So just to give you a sense of scale, there's a platform or stage that Maria's highlighting within the commons that's roughly the same size as the stage currently at Webster. So again, we're trying to really be creative here to create an environment for performances or for presentations within the existing school, utilizing the spaces that we have without building a auditorium that likely would push us well over budget. So again, trying to find a creative way to solve that need.
Yeah, and I think we understand the fact that this stage, platform, what have you, it's not a PAC, right? But it will suffice for some of the ways that the faculty and the students use the existing PAC at Webster. So again, just thinking of options.
Sorry, go ahead and finish.
No, go ahead.
Right, I'm sorry. So I just need to offer, maybe see if there's a clarification to what you just said. What I thought I heard you say was that there's enough room in there that is considerable to the stage at Webster Stanley, but that's not the whole auditorium. So it's just the stage area.
So this,
but also the there's still space for spectators as well.
Sure, because that's a build-out area there, but, okay.
It's adjacent to the commons area.
It's in the commons.
So,
So
I think it'll help once
Okay.
we look at these views, because it's hard to picture what that commons really looks like, even though I said it was this sort of large double height volumetric area. That platform that we were just talking about in plan is actually located here, so it actually sits within this larger volume that makes up the cafeteria commons. And this space is so important because it really serves as the heart or the hub of the school. And with the amounts of glass that we're providing from the commons into some of our other programs, such as art on the second floor, you see here, and FCS and STEAM on the first floor, we're really celebrating all of the work that the students are doing by having all of that visibility, that transparency. Similar to how they'll use the platform as well.
How many chairs can you fit where it says commons? I'm thinking about spectators, because there's stairs there, so the whole area behind that area would not be available. You have such a beautiful music room now with choir and orchestra and band. How, do you have any idea how many chairs are in Webster in the auditorium, and what is the count of chairs that could go in there for a performance?
I don't know the capacity of the current Webster auditorium, but we could certainly look at that. And to answer your question about how many chairs could fit in this space, I think it really depends on how it's configured and what type of furniture we're looking at. I think, again, talking about flexibility of this space, there's so many different ways it can be configured. In this image here, it's obviously configured for more of a traditional lunch period with the tables, benches, booth style seating. But if we start to imagine stacking chairs set up in a more auditorium style, I don't feel like we'll have any trouble accommodating the capacity of the Webster auditorium, in addition to using the potential learning stair for some of that seating looking down on the platform here. And that's something we didn't highlight super clearly in plan, but although this looks like, you know, just a stair in the center of the space, it's actually this large monumental learning stair that has seating integrated into the piece itself. So
it just might be good before it becomes a public presentation that you're able to answer those questions, because it is a big community issue.
Absolutely, and I think what we could do for that would be to show an image like this set up for a lunch period, and then have the exact same image shown, presented as if it were a performance. So we could certainly look at that.
I think that'd be very beneficial.
Clint, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, like Maria said, I think we feel comfortable that there is space here to approximate the size of Webster. I think it's somewhere between 4 or 450 current seating, but we'll confirm that number.
So just a few architectural notes before we move on. Again, this is one large open space. There is the grand sort of monumental learning stair that could also double as seating. And we also have this sort of balcony of sorts, if you think about it from a performance aspect, but it's really a circulation area on the second floor that is open to the commons below with the railing that you can see here, and we'll walk that. This view is actually up on the third floor, what we've been calling, second floor, in where we've been calling the library collaboration area. So you see the star here. We've come up the stairs and we're looking towards the library. So with that, as I mentioned, this is sort of a more cartoony version of what we were just looking at. Where we're standing now is actually as if we had just come out of the main office. So I'm a visitor that has been checked by the receptionist. I've been allowed into the building. So we're actually standing underneath the program that is the special education and some of the library functions. Visibility to the exterior. We understand that inclusivity is and choice is really important to the district. So by providing this smaller, quieter area as part of the commons, it does provide a choice for those students that don't feel as comfortable being part of this larger, taller, noisier, active space. So to our right, again, are some of the administration functions. These two thresholds here lead you into the academic neighborhoods. So again, 6th, 7th, 8th. Here's that platform like we mentioned. The ceiling design is really driven by the idea of weaving, which if you recall is one of those sort of unifying elements that we're working with. Again, really highlighting curriculum by providing enough glass to really celebrate those spaces. So we're looking into the FCS lab. So the Commons, again, is a grand volumetric space flooded with natural light from the clerestory windows above. I'm going to bump up the stairs here. So connected to the Commons below, as I mentioned, is the library collaboration area that really serves as a secondary space for the Commons, the maker space, which is what we're looking at here, and the library, as I mentioned. So we're walking towards the library, so we're walking east. So you start to see how much light that glass brings in, that transparency into the library. So again, you can imagine, as we were just talking about, having seating potentially up here as well. So I'm just going to turn around. Definitely a lot to look at in this space. And we'll continue to layer in architectural detail as well as selecting finishes and textures to really activate the Commons, which we'll have for you at a future meeting. So there's one more area we'd like to show you, and that's actually that collaboration area that's part of the academic neighborhoods that we mentioned earlier. Again, this collaboration zone really serves as a connective area for both the staff and students that live in these houses or neighborhoods, but it also provides varied learning environments that are outside just the four walls of your classroom. So we have two pit stops that we'll look at first, and then we'll kind of walk into this space to feel how it's starting to develop. So one amenity that we thought was really interesting on some of our tours was some sort of built-in tech bar project area. So we're starting to develop that within the collaboration area as well. It was really important to district leadership and the CPT team that we provide those varied learning environments within the space. So carving out comfortable zones for students to sit, to work on projects, to be more casual, all of those things. This view actually looking out to the north, you can see the buses there, so you see that large amount of glass, as well as the large amount of glass into the classrooms itself, really driving that connectivity between the collaboration zone and the classrooms. The furniture for now is just sort of a placeholder to give you a sense of scale, but we will be working with our interior designer to select furniture for the project. One thing to note here is that we're starting to integrate a ceiling design that again would be specific to each floor, sort of beckoning back to that idea of unity. So I'm going to bump down the stairs again. So we'll be walking from the Commons past the threshold into the core academic neighborhoods. And again, speaking to the idea of compartmentalization that Clint mentioned for the secure entries, we are working with that same mentality for the middle school. But we won't bore you with that today. So to our right are actually the science classrooms. So one science classroom, two science classrooms. Again, you can see how much light is coming in. This is actually that vestibule where students will come in the morning and leave in the afternoon, again, depending on procedure. We're now in the area I just showed you, just kind of looking from the other direction for that project area. Has a really nice adjacency to science, which we thought could be very beneficial. Starting to again highlight the transparency into classrooms. That's something that we'll be talking to the educators about to get their feedback as the process continues. We're strategizing all of the lockers to be in one bay, as you can see, and keeping them short, about 4 feet tall, for supervision purposes. So again, my eye level is at an adult height here and can easily see over.
Is most of that furniture movable too?
That would be the intent, so that there is that flexibility.
Okay, love it.
And there's actually 2 entry and exit points to the pod or the neighborhood itself. So we just walked through one, and then this is another one that gets us back to that corridor where I was talking about compartmentalization. And that concludes the tour, and it actually concludes our presentation. So our team is really excited about the direction. We hope that all of you guys are too. We know that there are still a lot of things to work through, and as we mentioned, we'll continue to work with the educators, the core planning team, the city, whoever we need to work with, we're happy to do so. Any questions?
I just want to say bravo. It looks gorgeous, and I love everything that you guys have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, it was amazing. I love it. I'm so excited.
So you shouldn't take our like lack of more questions as not being excited about it. It's it's going on 10 o'clock. So what you presented to us is wonderful. I think it's greater than what we kind of were expecting to see. So and it surely is more contemporary and much different than what we have there, and provides, I think, a great foundation to be able to move forward. So thank you for putting that together and presenting it tonight.
So excited.
Yeah, thank you all. They've been great to work with, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Good work. Thank you.
Exciting.
All right, our next workshop is with Mr. Nehans and Dr. Gunlock discussing performance facilities planning. And you alluded to that already.
Yes, yes.
Yes, so this topic kind of came up through the Facility and Finance Committee. We started a discussion a few months ago on doing the sports complex out at Riff Road, and through a couple different meetings and some discussions with Facility and Finance, they had asked that I put together a little bit more of a comprehensive performance facility needs and present it to the board here. So Dr. Gunlock and I and the rest of the exec team and some of our athletic directors and our director of buildings and grounds, we've all kind of gotten together and done an analysis of what kind of performing spaces we need. And the thought process behind this is to make the best use of the facilities, but also the finances part of this, and not trying to duplicate all of these facilities on 2 different sites for 2 different buildings. We are one district, and to get more into the thought process of being able to share facilities where appropriate and where it makes the most sense. And in most of these, we feel it does make sense to have a facility that we can share as a district. So we'll kind of go through what we're looking at. So we do need multi-use turf fields We are one of the last within the conference in the Fox Valley of getting into some turf multi-use fields. We do right now, and for a number of years, we've been using what UW Oshkosh has at Titan Stadium. We've outgrown that. We have way more capacity than what they have capacity to have us utilize that stadium. So we've been looking at the Riff Road property that the district already owns and putting up multiple of the multi-use fields as well as baseball and softball complexes. We currently have West High School has one baseball field that 3 teams have to share, not only for practices but for games as well. And it's not much better over at North. They have 2 fields for 3 teams. So we have some needs within these areas. We also have an ability, if we're looking at the Riff Road site, to involve the recreation department and be able to do some community programming, as well as being able to have some use within the youth programming, to be able to bring tournaments and bring outside teams into the community to help benefit in that as well. And we know that's a strong need that we have within the community.
Mr. Nehans? Sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say a lot of people in the community think that we get the Keller Field for free, but don't we pay something like $100,000 a year to rent that facility for our football games and whatnot?
We do pay on a typical year for full utilization for what they would give us, runs in the $90,000 to $100,000 range.
Right.
And they do truly control that, so they set the rules.
Right.
So the attendance for this year is not dictated by the school district. It's UW Oshkosh saying you are not allowed more than 2 people, period, into our stadium, and you have to be fully masked at all times. That's they own that facility.
Yep.
So that's not us.
And they dictate the price and the availability and all that kind of stuff. Because I have heard some people in the community say we don't need to build anything, we can use Titan for free, but we're actually spending a lot of 6 figures on renting that every year that we could invest in our own kind of facility.
Correct. And this year is also highlighted, we don't get unfettered access into UWO. So we only, I believe we had 4 home soccer games for the boys the season just ended. Only 2 of them got held at Titan Stadium. We had to hold 2 because we didn't get access into the stadium. There was conflicts. So we had to hold 2 in the back of West, which aren't even regulation soccer fields. So that's where we were holding varsity competitions. And again, we have people from outside our community coming in and looking at us playing on a field that's basically a U13 field with our 18-year-olds kind of going, this is what Oshkosh is?
It's embarrassing, yeah.
So we have that on multiple different areas. But a complex out at Riff like this would also be able to provide us, obviously then we control it and we get to schedule it. And again, the rec department gets involved and has better use for the community as well. So this was part of that. Again, going out to the Riff Road, if we're utilizing a field like that or a complex, we have the ability to put more batting cages and more practice type facilities out there that we can utilize for all of the different sports we have. And again, part of the community usage for that.
Mr. Nehans, before you move on to this one, I have a question related to like sporting needs and such, or in the sense that if we were to build, let's say, a facility at Riff Road, how does that complement or change our existing facilities like at our high schools?
So right now, when you're talking football and soccer, which would be half of what Riff Road would be looking at hosting, would be football and soccer would be some of it, and then you'd have the baseball, softball components as well. Spoke to the baseball and softball right now at West. We have 1 field of each. So for 3 teams, 1 field of baseball, 1 field of softball. We'd have each each team would basically have their own facilities at Riff.
Okay.
So we'd be able to have three to four softball diamonds and in the 2 baseball diamond area for there. So those sports would have that. Right now, our current sites then could host the freshman JV that don't have transportation. They can practice on site. Where we get to the older kids where they have a little better access to transportation, they can practice out at Riff Road. Or we can look at getting the transportation out there to make that happen for the different high schools. We'd also have lighting out there, so practices and games can happen a little bit more flexibly because we have more time throughout the day if we have lights to be able to hold a practice until 7 o'clock, where even now in the spring, it starts getting dark enough that if you're trying to hold 3 practices in one field, you need to have enough daylight with baseballs flying around and getting hit at people that you can legitimately see what's coming at you. It's not game balls, they're pretty scuffed up and can get pretty dirty, so you still want enough adequate light to be able to have that in a safe manner.
I was just going to make a comment. Anyone that's really in the FEA and how it operates and volunteers a lot of time with the youth and is involved in a lot of the youth sports organizations throughout Oshkosh understands and knows that we are light years behind. We're light years behind in facilities. We are light years behind in program structure. We're light years behind in putting resources that we should to field competitive teams. We are so far behind that the other FBA schools actively recruit our best athletes, and we lose most of them. So it is a no-brainer to me that we need to invest in this aspect of our children's educational experience, just like we're investing in the other aspects. However, I would like to get a little more creative with the multi-use facility and include some more things. But you can go on.
Mr. Peschel, to your question, what about our other facilities? But for football, the football fields at West and North are basically not usable when it rains, they flood, and they can't even practice on them sometimes. So I just wanted to put that out there. If people think that we actually have facilities, we really don't at all. They would still be practice fields, but they need improvements for drainage.
That's what I was looking for, is that just because we build a facility, we still have spaces that we have related to specifically our high schools that are still supportive to the athletic growth of our students. So
Correct.
That's what I was looking for you to get to.
And the Riff Road location for the athletic fields right now is meant to be varsity competition. Is what the true intent is. And we can get the practice facilities and the freshman JV competition spaces continue to stay on site. Again, part of that is we're putting the turf multi-use field over at North that's in the works right now with the intent to do the similar thing at West in the next year or two when we can have the funding for that. That'll help us start be able to practice multiple different areas outside irregardless of what the weather is, which right now we can't at either site. But we do have to spend some money at all of our sites trying to increase the natural grass spaces we have, whether it's practice spaces or even on a regular, like Traeger is used for a football, but it's not drained properly, it's not crowned properly. We are looking at addressing those as well, and that's a little bit later in the presentation.
I don't know if it's the appropriate time, but I would like to see even more broader based approach. As once these kids get to varsity level, where programs are really built as youth level, we can't even host any tournaments here in Oshkosh and or find enough practice space. We're already losing 80 to 40, 90% of the time to Kimberly by the time they get to the varsity level. So I'd like to see more of a broad-based approach to all of these topics we're going to be discussing tonight. And I think the community and the youth programs would be behind that as well. But that's a larger discussion. You can go forward.
So to get back to our other performing spaces that we have needs in, the other ones we've kind of put them into what we were calling kind of like buckets that we would have. So we have the Performing Arts Center and an auditorium. Really, the Kimball Auditorium is not going to last us forever. We're getting close to a point where we've got maybe 15 years worth of life left in that Performing Arts Center. Having discussions of how we look to replace that, the location, but really just having a discussion of, we have one Performing Arts Center for the district, and then we also acknowledge and know that we need a full-blown auditorium space to handle the other needs that aren't true full-blown musical performing arts spaces. And right now, we're just kind of earmarking those. As we know, the performing arts space is the Kimball Auditorium. And right now, we do have an auditorium over at North that's drastically
Undersized.
Inadequate, that we have to pay attention to. But ideally, we would be able to put some upgrades into that facility and have two facilities that then are shared. So where appropriate, West would go over to the North Auditorium and vice versa, where everyone would use the Performing Arts Center. Another space is the aquatics, and having one aquatic center. The pool over at North High School is not the code. We can't even practice in it. You can't jump, you can't dive off the blocks. So they basically have to jump in the pool and then swim laps, which obviously doesn't help a swim team a whole lot. And then we have we can use the diving wells, but again, they're not really where we need them to be. Rather than having them two at each site, it'd be more cost effective to have an aquatic center and making it a little bit larger, but it's still more cost effective than maintaining two. And again, if they're not in a high school facility, now the rec department can do more programming through the day without having to worry about student needs in there or how we're interacting in a school building with our community, because we do programming within the North Pool right now within the rec department. And we have to navigate all of those issues at this point. So moving forward within the plan, it would be a recommendation to look at, can we do a standalone aquatic center?
Is there room at the Riff Road facility for it?
No. We have a little bit less than 40 acres at the Riff Road property. So we are limited by space to what we're really looking at trying to put in there when you look at the infrastructure needs we're going to need for parking, and you have to do water retention systems within any kind of a system we're going to be looking at. So we're going to be pretty confined on what we can do. Another need we have, and this isn't varsity performance space, but this is another need that most of our competing schools in the valley have been putting in some kind of an indoor practice facility with a multi-use turf. We would recommend that we have one space that would be a little bit bigger rather than attach it to a school again, that we can share not only within the two high schools, but now again it opens up to the community as well. And making this more of like a permanent dome kind of a recplex that UWO has, but make it just kind of the intent is to always leave the dome up. And then we have better use within this for a whole variety of different aspects. You can get your marching bands that come in here and practice off season as well. It really opens us up to something of year-round that not only the school districts, but the youth programs, the community really ends up being able to enjoy. So kind of to the point of how we compare within co-curricular spending, we are pretty much dead last no matter where you look at us to how it is. So if we were getting to the average of whether it's our demographic comparables or our conference comparables, if we spent per pupil in our operations budget, what the average is, we'd spend about $500,000 more a year on our co-curriculars than what we currently spend. So we have room for growth in all of our co-curriculars. So this isn't just athletics, it's what we're doing with our musicals, our dramas, all of the student activities that are part of the co-curriculars. So we do have growth that we can start looking at how we can start trying to reallocate some resources into this area.
I just want to make this statement just so the public can hear it. We spend $102 less per pupil, per every kid in our student on average, less than Nina spends per kid. And that's not even, you don't even have Kimberly on that slide.
No.
And you don't even have Hortonville on that slide. So if you do the math on that, that to me is a direct correlation towards the coaches we can recruit, towards the structures we can put in place, and towards the success of all of our extracurricular activities and our facilities. And that is staggering.
So this is just another illustration of where we are and how we rank within the spending. So what our real ask here in tonight is to have the board agree to allow us to get a facility advisory committee together and to really look at these areas like we did with the building facility needs that we had and that group did, and come back with a recommendation and a charge to the board with how we would do it, including the little bit more detail, obviously, than what this is, but how we really set up another 3 or 4 phase plan for our performance spaces as well.
Can I add some duties maybe to that? I firmly think we do need a facility advisory committee, but I also think that, in my opinion, this is a multi-pronged problem. We have program structural issues within our athletics and within our extracurriculars, and that structural issues are evident in the fact that we can have whole grades where only 8 kids go out for an activity when we could have comparable schools have 60 to 70 kids in that grade going out for those types of activities. That's a structural issue. This issue is facilities, but it's much deeper than that. We can build the facilities, but we also need the proper programs in place. That's my opinion.
I think that takes us down a rabbit hole a little bit because I agree with you, but I think we're talking about bottom level introductory sports that are getting those kids involved in it. And I think that's just taking us someplace off of what we're looking at right now.
Right.
But I do agree
Right.
with that. We have a lot of problems when it comes to a lot of different levels.
Right.
I could sit here and talk for 2 hours about that stuff.
For sure.
But that's not what we're talking about. So I appreciate this because it does show that, we do have some places to go.
Ms. Wyman.
Do you have a loose timeline on even building, or, I don't want you to dates, but years or something loose?
We do. At our level administratively and the exec level, we have what our idea is, but that's part of having this facility advisory committee come together of where's the priority for the community as well. Because it's easy for us to say, here's our priority, but our priority of what order we want this to go in may not be where the community is. And part of that, I want to also kind of preface, because I know I skipped a little bit of the last slide. Part of it also goes to the funding mechanism. The way we are envisioning this is be able to set up with our education foundation buckets to have fundraising go into. And one of the things we've talked about internally is having the facility advisory committee as part of their charge back to the board would say, here's what we're recommending if we hit 35% private donations within this project, or whatever that threshold that the board's comfortable with saying, okay, when we get to this level with private donations, we're going to act. And we're going to do, whether that means we're going to take that to a referendum and we're going to have the community decide, can we do the rest, or how do we come up with the rest of that funding, and have that group help us bring back that charge of saying, here's what we're comfortable with, here's where we know, we've had discussions internally and with our Education Foundation director on being able to start working and having those discussions in the community and in the business world with, what do we think? How much support are we going to get? So,
Well, and ultimately, you know, we've learned a lot through the past several years in how we've achieved community support. And people do not support ideas unless there's a thorough plan.
Mhm.
So really the whole point of bringing the Facility Advisory Committee in is to help us hone a more concrete, because right now we have 4 parts. You know, we have an athletic performance space, we have an athletic practice space, an aquatic space, and a fine arts space. So those are the 4 buckets that Mr. Nehan's referred to. I think it's highly unlikely anybody's going to donate any money without a specific plan for each one of those.
No.
But if we do have a well-thought-out plan with a Facility Advisory Committee to help fill in the blanks, and we bring that and the board says, you know, this looks good, and here's some triggers and thresholds, then some of that money potentially can come in, and at the very least, we know exactly what the game plan is for every one of those.
I'm going to sound like a Debbie Downer, and I'm not at all, but when I came on the board 5 years ago, there was somebody sitting in your seat talking about this exact same thing, and I would love to see it come to fruition. So in terms of what the board can do to help get this forward, let us know, because I think that based on the comments we hear here tonight, that there's a lot of interest in moving forward with this. So at your disposal for whatever you need to get this to happen, because I think it's long overdue.
I think.
Hold on one second,
Excuse me.
please.
Yes.
So I want to provide an opportunity to Dr. Herzog or Ms. Szilagyi to be able to comment at all, because every one of us, for the most part, have had an opportunity to speak about this item. So I want to make sure that you both have an opportunity to speak up if that's what you wish.
I appreciate the passion brought to the table. I have thoughts about the equity of the location. I know that's kind of out on the border. I'm actually right now trying to Google our boundary map to see how far out that is on the border.
Good idea.
I also understand that realistically, there's not really probably anywhere else that we have 40 acres available to us. So I get that.
No.
So those are just some of the thoughts that I have. I thought I had another, but I forgot it. It slipped. It's past 10.
And again, part of the idea of trying to have shared spaces like this and going to this concept is really to try to look, as we analyze this or have the committee look at this, is trying to make sure we're spreading that out in having the practice space be if we're going to put the performance varsity, the main outdoor performances on at Riff Road, looking for a space over on the north side and working with where can we put it over here, so it doesn't all end up on one side of town. And we're cognizant of that, and that is something that we will be keeping in the top of everyone's mind as we go through the process. But again, it's ultimately going to come down to where is property available and adequate space available for whatever of the ones we're talking about.
Thank you. The second thing now I remember that what I was going to say is last time I think working with the Facilities Advisory Committee to plan our long-range facilities plan was such a positive experience. I just kind of wanted to share that with the new board members. That, like Dr. Gunlock said, it really helped to get that thorough plan and to build the community support. And we saw what a success that was with the referendum during a pandemic. That was awesome. So I do really like this idea of the Facilities Advisory Committee being the ones that kind of build this.
We've also had a lot of conversations with the fine arts folks because, as you know, we're not putting an auditorium in the new middle school. So one of the things that we talked with them about is, what is the end game? How do we really go state of the art for their facilities as well? And they were excited to hear about this, knowing full well that we're at the very beginning stages, but they were excited at the opportunity that we might finally address these. And they realize it is not fine arts versus athletics. It is fine arts working with athletics all together. And the main concept we have that is a little unique right now is the concept of sharing. You know, it's going to be far more cost effective for us to make a killer space that both west side and north side kids can use. So that's sort of that's the one new takeaway for a lot of this,
Yeah.
is focusing on that. We think we can move faster that way.
Thank you. I support this plan, and I support the notion of coming back with a resolution at the next board meeting for charging the Facilities Advisory Committee. They were extraordinarily helpful. I believe back in the fall of 2019, they brought a plan to the board, which was approved in January of 2020. And this was something that we had asked, the board that hired Dr. Cartwright had asked, that we have a long-range plan, which we have not had. There are reasons why we are spending $102 per student less than other districts. We are considered to be a low-spending district, as are many districts in this northeast corridor. That's a decision that was made by boards preceding us. And I'm not being critical of them, because I didn't walk in their shoes, so I don't know what restrictions they had on them. But when you are a low-spending district, that's what happens. And it pains me to have heard from some of our coaches this spring, and I know there were overlapping coaching seasons because the COVID situation required that some of our sports move to a different time frame. But to hear them say that they were practicing on blacktop on parking lots, or they were in small elementary school gyms, that's not fair to our students. We do have an equity goal, and our students should not have to have those kinds of restrictions and situations hampering them. Similarly, the North Auditorium is inadequate, that's my opinion, for the size of that school and this community. We have essentially one PAC, which is used extensively by just about every single school in the district when it comes to holiday concerts, and that 1,400-seat auditorium is packed every season. This year, unfortunately, we didn't have that issue, but and as was noted, that facility is about 60 years old. So it's fortunately we've had some funding behind that to do some upgrades. However, that's really not adequate for the size of this community. So I think we really need to pay attention not only to the athletics and the other activities that our students are involved in, but the plays and the musicals and so on. There could be a lot of things done in that north side auditorium if it were expanded in a number of ways. The stage itself is very small. So I support this. I think, Mr. Peschel, I'd like to see this resolution come to our next board meeting so the board has an opportunity to vote on this.
Agreed. So my question to both of you then is that something that you think can be prepared and that you're ready
Absolutely.
Yes.
to put out to, to the community and the public and to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
In fact, we have a sample of, and we're not going to
Right.
get into
There it
wordsmithing,
is.
but we anticipated that question. So we would, and this is very similar to the other one, and the board doesn't even necessarily have to pass a resolution to do this, but it's
Correct.
always helpful if it does, because then the FAC folks realize they have your full support to bring back recommendations. So that, we can certainly do that. We'll have that prepared for the next meeting.
Okay. Does that answer anyone's questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone's questions,
Awesome.
we're good to go. We've provided a clear path
Yep.
of how we want to proceed. All right?
Thank you.
Mr. Nehans, there was nothing else you wanted to provide?
No,
All right,
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Great presentation. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Nehans.
Thank you.
All right. So, we are going to move on next to the consent agenda. For the consent agenda, the board has been furnished the background materials on each item or has been discussed at a previous meeting. These items are acted upon with one vote without discussion. If a board member wants to discuss any item, it will be pulled out of the consent agenda and it will be voted on separately. So I am looking for a motion.
I would like to pull Resolution 1B, please.
Okay. All right. I entertain the motion to pull 1B. That's
So
all right,
moved.
all right?
So-
All right. Second. So motion by Herzog, second by Carlin to pull 1B. All right. So looking for a motion for 1B, 1A and 1C.
So moved.
We have to vote
Wait,
on
yeah,
it.
do we have to vote
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Something's
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
Well, the way we normally would do this, we would vote on everything else, and then this would become an individually considered resolution under our rules, which, as Mr.
I know, now I'm all confused.
Well, he said our policies and our procedures would trump, I shouldn't say trump, would supersede Robert's rules. So I think that means we can proceed as we have in the past.
So,
Which means we typically haven't done a resolution, but if you want to do that, you're the chair, so you have that authority.
all right. So, forgive me. So do we motion the consent agenda?
Yes.
And then we can ask to divide a part out of that, to package 1A and 1B.
Yes.
Okay,
1C, that would be.
1C, yeah.
Sorry.
So I'm looking for a motion to move the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Carlin, seconded by Szilagyi. Is there any changes that we would like to the consent agenda? So you said B,
Just pulling out B.
pulling B. So we'll pull B. So as amended, or do we vote on the amendment? Yes.
It's not amended, she's
It's not
just.
an
She's just
amendment.
pulling it.
Okay.
No,
I'm all confused now.
I am too.
So,
Just vote on 1A and 1C,
Okay.
correct,
Mhm.
Mrs.
Right.
Basic?
so is there any discussion, wait, hold on, no. Please call the roll
Here you go.
on consent agenda 1A and 1C.
Szilagyi.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Wyman.
Aye.
Carlin.
Aye.
Herzog.
Aye.
Carnes.
Aye.
Peschel.
Aye.
The ayes have it, resolution carries.
All right. We are now on to individually considered resolutions. I would entertain a motion for 1B.
So move.
Second.
All right, motion by Herzog, seconded by Szilagyi. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I had asked to pull this one because I always believe that we should recognize our people who have devoted years to the students and their families and the community in service to our district. And so tonight we have the opportunity to approve the retirements of several individuals. Julie Birschbach, who is retiring as a program support teacher from Lakeside, Merrill, Washington Elementary School. She served the district for 15 years. Carol Borden is a media specialist serving Oakwood, Reed, and Roosevelt schools. She's been with the district since 1995, which means 26 years of service to the students and families of our district. Vicki Curtali, an ID teacher assistant, Webster Stanley Middle School, has been with the district for 14 years. Betty Gladding, a second grade teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School, has been with the district since 2006. Jackie McMahon Pettit, a cross-categorical teacher at Emmeline Cook Elementary School, has been with the district for 8 years. David Tookshire, whom we recently honored as a secondary teacher of the year, technology and engineering teacher at Merrill Middle School, has served with the district for 24 years. And finally, Deb Zarling, the PK5 literacy coordinator district-wide, who has been with the district since 1987, or over 34 years. So I would like to wish all of these individuals a long and healthy and happy retirement, and wish them all the best as they enter this new stage in life, and that we are grateful for the support they've given our students, our families, and our community these many years.
Thank you for that, those words. Any other discussion on this item? All right, please call the roll.
Wright?
Aye.
Wyman?
Aye.
Carlin?
Aye.
Herzog?
Aye.
Carnes?
Aye.
Peschel?
Aye.
Szilagyi?
Aye.
Ayes have it, resolution carries.
All right. Moving on to request for future agenda items. Is there anyone that would like to request a future agenda item? Ms. Carlin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peschel. As we all know, we've received a lot of records requests for our legal fees, and some community members have noted that we've had the same firm for 20 years, and I believe we've been very well represented by our lawyers, but based on what we are hearing from the community, I'd like to review the process for selecting legal counsel.
Dr. Gunlock, how do we want to proceed on that?
Well, the board gets to select who their legal counsel is.
Just to offer a clarification.
Sure.
I think you're
Asking for a review. Yeah, that's it.
of the district's use of who we use for legal services. That's what you're asking, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Just based on the number of open records requests we've received regarding legal fees and whatnot.
So before we get into a long discussion, because we're not noticed to discuss this yet
Exactly,
tonight,
future agenda, yep.
It's a future agenda item.
We'd probably need a little more detail about what you're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Carlin, can you please send an email to Dr. Gunlock and
Sure.
Dr. Cartwright?
Yep.
For sure.
That would be great.
Explaining your agenda item.
Absolutely.
All right.
No problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Go ahead.
We
Dr.
had a, thank you, we had a student representative this evening, Annika Larson, who is involved in a voter project. And I know that her group is looking for school districts around the state to support that bill, which would call for voter education.
Sure.
And so I think we should explore that perhaps with the education committee. That might be a good place to start with that. And then perhaps we would decide as a board we wanted to pass a resolution in favor of that. But my recommendation would be that that would go to the Education Committee, if Mrs. Szilagyi is okay with that.
Mr. Carnes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carnes.
Mr. Carnes, yeah, we're not used to the new chairs yet.
Sounds great.
Okay. So then you'll be tasked with communicating that with Sherry,
Okay.
so that she can communicate it with the team
Okay.
that organizes your workshops for that. Okay?
Sounds great.
All right. I guess I wanted to come back to, at our last meeting, Ms. Wyman, you had made a request about the marketing of the district and such. And I wanted to come back to that as a potential future agenda item, because I too think it's really important. And I do believe that we're doing stuff, but I wonder if there's a way that we might be able to work in a more informative workshop about what we're doing to market the district and what we're doing to marketing this avenue to bring families back to the district, and looking at the broader picture of what Ms. Wyman had brought in the national state spectrum of how we rank in that and what we can do to improve that.
Okay.
So, and then it's not a future agenda. Actually, I'll wait for announcements. So that's fine. So is there any other future agenda items?
I have one, but I don't know it's a future agenda
Okay.
item, but I'm nervous about how to discuss it
Sure.
with the board. I'm wondering about committee reports, and I'm sure it's just been traditional that everyone's done their committee report. But I'm wondering if maybe we have so many other wonderful workshops that the public is really engaged in. Do we need to have a committee report all the time, and maybe it's in our bylaws that we have to have a committee report, but there's so many things that, just for example, we're going to change this word and this word.
Yeah.
I don't know that the public is that engaged in some of the committee reports, so I'm not.
Sure. I think the best way to kind of look at that is that we do have a policy. The best way to go after this item specifically is to kick back to the Policy and Governance Committee to review the agenda policy
I think that would be-
and how that relates to that. So you should know that I did reach out to both persons that provided reports today, and that I asked them to provide an abbreviated report to be no more than 3 minutes. So because I'm cognizant of that as well. So so we are working on that aspect, because I feel that that's an area that by the time these reports are done, not so much the education committee, but the policy and governance, a lot of that stuff we've already learned and read and are ready and prepared to report on that, to make decisions on that. So, but duly noted.
Thank you.
I think that's an important thing to kick that back to the policy and governance.
And I will do that. And having reported both of them, that one is a lot more fun, the education committee. Policies drive.
So I did have one more item, and I did have a brief opportunity to talk to Mr. Nehans about it today, and he doesn't know that I'm going to request it, but we did talk about it. Sorry about that. We as a board have received emails from paraprofessionals this week related to a plan that was approved last year that was beneficial in helping our paraprofessionals retain their employment through COVID. And I would like us to have a report to the board about how that program was essentially executed and where we are in it right now, and to potentially think of solutions that may incentivize people to either to finish their hours, or to figure out a way that makes it easier for us to find a common ground to be able to move forward from it. My request is based in the common good of the paraprofessionals who have really just bent over backwards in some regards to help out with substitute teaching over the years, to do some of the jobs that, there are some autism teachers, paraprofessionals were in schools every single day, during COVID, and we're looking for paraprofessionals to fill in all these gaps and stuff, and it's just a hard time. We know that COVID was hard to figure out how everything works, but I'd like to figure out a way to see if we can make this work so that we retain someone who many people have been with us for years, and that we don't lose them because of this issue. So I guess I'm requesting a report related to that, and to come with potential solutions to alleviating the problem.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. And I'm willing to have part of the conversation to give you my ideas. So in regards to how we might be able to do that.
Sure.
So, any other questions? Any other thoughts for future agenda items? Okay. Moving on to announcements. I have one announcement, and I forgot to do it earlier in the evening. So typically, the students who come and do presentations with us, they're with us the whole year. And they go through the whole process. They're here. Sometimes we engage them. We ask for their insight. And because of COVID-19, they weren't involved as much. So I wanted to tell you what we ended up doing on behalf of those persons who had been appointed to serve in that capacity. Though they weren't here, they still got a certificate of what they were appointed to do and their commitment to serving in that position, even though they weren't able to do it. And you'll have to back me up on this. They did receive Robert's Rules of Orders.
Copy of Robert's Rules of Order.
Copy of Robert's Rules and Orders, and anything else.
They will have their name permanently
Correct.
engraved
Yep.
on a plaque over on the wall.
Yeah, we felt that was important to still recognize their commitment to doing this, even though something that we call COVID interrupted their commitment. And again, that's one of our guiding principles, right? Students first. Keeping students in the forefront of what we do, I think is really important. So wanted you all to know that we did go ahead and recognize them for what they signed up to do. So,
Thank you.
is there any other announcements from board members? All right. All right. We're making a motion to, I'm all confused on this, so. Yeah, I need a motion here. All right, so I read the motion first, right?
Right.
So, okay, thank you. As I get my line back in order here. So, we are adjourning to executive session to, 1, consider the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. State statute 19.85, parent 1, parent C. A, final notice of non-renewal for a regular contract. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Carlin, seconded by Wright. Please call the roll. Wait. Yeah.
Wyman?
Yes.
Carlin?
Aye.
Herzog?
Aye.
Kearns?
Aye.
Peschel?
Aye.
Szilagyi?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned to executive